କଣ ଆପଣ ଫଟୋ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ପଠେଇଲି କିଛି କଣ ବନ୍ଧୁ ଆପଣ କାହିଁ ବ୍ୟସ୍ତ ହଉଛନ୍ତି? ସଇଲା ତ କାମ ଆଉ କେତେ ଅଛି ସବୁ ଆଉ କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଏଇ ଭାଇ ସେଇଟା ବନ୍ଦ କରିଦିଅ ତମେ ସେ ଓଡିଶୀ ଦୋକାନ ସେ ଚାଲିବନି ସେ ଆସିଲେ ମୁଁ କହିବି ମୋର ଯେତେବେଳେ ପଡିବ ସେତେବେଳେ ଲଗେଇବ ଗଲା ମୁଁ ଲାଇଟ୍ ଟା ଅନ୍ କରେ
ଚାଲିଛି ନା
ABIT college. ABIT college. That's
ସାଉଣ୍ଡ ଆଉଛି ନା
Indrani Roy, extend a warm welcome to the HR Conclave Yukti 2025, which hosts the esteemed gathering of HR professionals, industry leaders, and visionaries who have all united here to inspire and collaborate with innovative ideas. We are elated to welcome you all to our institution, Ajay Bira Institute of Technology, which is hosting this conclave in collaboration with the Department of MBA for the first time. The topic for this year's conclave is Reshaping Workplace Learning. This conclave is not just an event, it is a journey of learning, collaboration, and transformation. Today's agenda focuses on reimagining learning frameworks to create adaptive, inclusive, and technology driven training systems that guide the future of the workplaces. Before we proceed with the event, I would request our head governing body, Engineer Satyadesh Mishra, Director Payal Mahapatra, respected Principal Dr. Leena Samantrai, Principal Architect Dharitri Das, Dr. P.K. Pani, Dean Operations Dr. B.N. Guru, and Head of the Department MBA, Professor Dr. Sri Kanango, to kindly come up for the lamp lighting ceremony. Can we have you all here, please? Thank you so much. The dance of Odissi is one of the major classical dance forms of India. Originating from our state, Orissa, it is well renowned all over the world for its fluid movements, intricate expressions, and storytelling. Please welcome Assistant Professor Neha Ji for the inaugural dance representing our cultural heritage of Odissi.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानभक्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थाय गुरुविक्रमाय गुरुप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुणवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाचार्याय गुरुमुख्यपरिपाते गुरुपाखण्डपिण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतपुत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमट्टाय गुरुजयकराय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि जगन्नाथाय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Thank you so much, Nehaji. That was a captivating performance indeed. I will now call Mrs. Mitraminda Naik, the head of the Training and Placement Cell ABIT, who is the convener of Yukti 2025, to introduce the theme of the conclave, which will guide the discussions and proceedings of the day.
Thank you, Dharma. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries and esteemed participants from different fields present here today. To us, you all are very aware of the current theme. The workplace today, as you all know, is evolving at an unprecedented pace. This is being driven by not only technological advancements, shifting workforce expectations, and a need for agility to keep pace with the changes. But it is also inevitable that the role of the HR professional grows from providing traditional methods of engaging employees to finding better solutions and more engaging and personalized training solutions. These solutions have to be more customized and innovative. Many strategies are being used to reshape the workplace learning. Strategies like focusing on skill development, using data to drive learning, embracing different forms of technology, encouraging peer-to-peer learning, providing learning experiences, providing bite-sized learning opportunities which are customized for people, using gamification to enhance engagement, and encouraging self-directed learning. This is where the role of learning and development comes in, and that becomes a pivotal role. The trend in the coming years includes AI-driven personalization, upskilling, reskilling, and cross-skilling, which our keynote speaker will talk more in length about, micro-learning, and just-in-time learning. When we're talking about micro-learning, it is, as I said, bite-sized, customized learning. Immersive learning using augmented reality, virtual reality, and extended reality. Data-driven learning and analytics, employee-centric, and community-driven learning. But last but not the least, focusing on leadership development. This combination of AI and virtual reality has the potential to fundamentally alter the workplace training. By embracing these cutting edge technologies, companies all over the world can expect a workforce that is not only highly skilled but also deeply invested in their work. So it is our objective today to discuss these solutions from different perspectives and explore how artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and agile strategies are reshaping workplace learning to address skill gaps and prepare future-ready teams. At this HR conclave, we invite you to delve into how organizations are redefining learning strategies to navigate these challenges and opportunities. While AI and other technologies are transforming learning delivery, the human element remains irreplaceable. Emotional intelligence, creativity, and collaboration is as critical as ever. With hybrid working models and the growing need for upskilling, organizations must create flexible and inclusive learning ecosystems that empower employees and drive sustained success in a rapidly changing world. With this note, we hope that you share your knowledge and experience so that we can have a fruitful discussion and make this event a success. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With deep respect and admiration, I would like to introduce the guiding force behind our institution, our esteemed director, Engineer Satyadasi Mishra. His visionary approach and unwavering commitment to excellence has been instrumental in shaping the academic and cultural fabric of our college. Under his leadership, the institution has flourished, fostering innovation, inclusivity, holistic development among students. I would like to request our director, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, apologies for the delayed start. We are situated amidst a lot of judicial institutions, and we rarely have information ahead about their programs, and most of these programs are very high profile, and thereby many of the participants got stuck on their way to our institute. So I thank you for the patience of everyone who kind of waited through till now. What we thought is that, of course, we'll get in the thing, the depth of learning and development in a few minutes. But before that, what I thought is that let us give you a very short glimpse of what we do at the institute level for our students and how we approach learning, and which is, of course, a little beyond the syllabus-based learning that happens everywhere. And I'm sure that most of the institutes tried in some way or the other. The point to discuss it is that today's students are tomorrow's workforce. And if you know a little bit about how we are approaching it, and if we know a little bit about what you intend to do once they are with you in their journey of lifelong learning, then some things can be addressed at the formative stage, which will help you at a later stage to put your plans into greater success. So, yeah, so there's just 3 or 4 slides. It will not take about 7 to 8 minutes is what I planned for. So, Suman, why don't you just navigate it there? Does not seem to be. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Next.
A very short introduction to the institute. It is actually quite an old setup. The Architecture Institute was the first one in the group, which started in 1993. Architect K.V. Mahapatra, an eminent figure in the architectural world, he was instrumental in setting up the institute in 93. The Engineering Institute came up in 98, and the Management Department, which is basically taken the lead in arranging this forum, came up in 2005. And over the years, as any natural institute which is an institute which is run seriously goes through, there are more branches which are added, there are more streams which have come up, and we have gone through our cycle of accreditations and attempting new things. But I think let's move to the next slide. This is something that I wanted to show you, that when we are approaching learning, we put the student is the primary product that we create, right? What we kind of give to the world is a trained student. Let's reduce the volume, we don't need so much. So, when we are looking at learning, naturally the student has to go through a curriculum, and as I think most of us realize, pure play syllabus-based curriculum rendering is rarely enough. It is essential that the student goes through multiple other aspects of learning for successfully contributing when they eventually go to the corporates. And here, what we are doing today is perhaps we can classify it as the external enriching programs. And as a part of this, we collaborate with a lot of industry bodies, a lot of professionals, our alumni who helps us to conduct some of these programs. And we look at extending the capability of the students beyond just syllabus-based learning. And if this is the view from the perspective of students, a better view is that how we operationally execute it. And can you go to the next slide, please?
Next.
So the bottom portion, if you see, is a syllabus that almost every college can renders, right? You have a series of theory sessions and lab sessions that every engineering student goes through, and every management student will go through a series of role play, case studies, and their theoretical subjects. But when we are looking at success in today's world, and if you have to look at the best minds, let's take, for example, the most successful entrepreneur of today's age, Elon Musk. His thought to learning is something dramatically different, and he has kind of proven it also. That if he has to set up a new entity, he has created, for all those who are not aware of what all he has done everything from Starlink to SpaceX, which are into space technologies. There is Neuralink, which basically integrates technology with biological mechanisms of functioning. Then you have Tesla, which is the most well-known thing, and which is where the money comes from for most of these ventures. There is something else known as the Boring Company, which is doing a technology called Hyperloop. Now the question is that how can one individual be instrumental in setting up so many things in so many diverse fields? Now, as quoting him in this case, he says that give me a field with enough number of books and enough number of experts, and I will be able to learn that field and do something significant in that field. So this thought to learning is something very, very different than what we have been accustomed to. Now, I'm sure that many of these thoughts might be already finding their way into the corporates, but we are little more rudimentary than that. What we try to do is that beyond the syllabus rendering, there are certain technical skills which I will classify as hard skills, and there are some associated skills or co-curricular skills which I will broadly classify as soft skills. Like my boss used to say earlier when I have been in software for a very long time, 15 years before I come in here. My boss used to say that hard skills gets you the business, but soft skills helps you retain it. So the thing is that if you are not somebody who can interact, if you are not somebody who upgrades yourself on a continuous basis, you are not concerned about the success of your client, many of these things will not naturally come to you. Only knowing programming, if you are coming from software, or only knowing whatever technical skills that you want to be operating on, does not get you too far. So what we do is that our theory and lab sessions only give skills which are perhaps a bit hands-on and builds the concepts. But unless you are taking all these things and trying to build something, and in the process of building that, exploring a lot of things, going into the depth of things, nothing much is really internalized. So the center portion that you see, which we call a Center for Applied Research, they are more branch specific, so to say. You can see that there are some things for mechanical, some things for MBA, some things for computer science. That is more specific to branches. But when we are coming to the things, the pillars on the either sides of the center, they are common skills that everybody requires. Whether it is about building a little bit of empathy for people, building resilience, building essentially inquisitiveness, right? If you have to look at the ingredient which will lead to lifelong learning, we are talking about inquisitiveness. That is one trait an individual has. Then you will always try to do things better. You will always try to identify things where you can enhance your own ability to deliver better for your organization. So the things on either sides are attempts to at least bring in these concepts while they are still at college, so that as they're graduating and going and working with you, they're aware of some of these things. That the only thing that leads to success is not necessarily knowing coding. It is a lot of other things that also you need to be skilled at. So we try to just bring in these concepts at a foundational level and leave the harder part to all of you, right? Which you have to address eventually when they join and start working for you. So that's what we try to do, and that is all the technical stuff. There's just one more slide where I will just introduce you to the people that you might be meeting around today. Just short introduction. Go to the next slide. So this is the team. I am Satyadesh Mishra, I am the director. Payal Mahabhadra is largely she runs the Architecture Institute and the ABIT curriculum as well. We have our principal madam present here, Dr. Lina Samantarai. We have two deans who support the academics as well as the overall smooth running of the operations. Mitra Binda, who and Indrani, both of whom you just got introduced. We have 8 departments and the head of the departments, which keep our operations running on a day-to-day fashion. So that's the team, and you'll be meeting them through the day. And the most important thing that I know that all of you are having important positions. It is holiday for most of you. Some of you also, I know, work during the weekends. So it is a choice that you come here and you spend the time with us, and you have chosen to do that. And I'm truly thankful for that you have chosen to spend your time with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Moving further, it's the time to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Debabrata Das, who is currently the head of the Human Resources East India of AMNS, a strategic joint venture between Ashram Mittal and Nippon Steel. He is spearheading all strategies, HR and ER, including digitalization, journey, activities in 4 states of Eastern India. He started his HR journey from National Aluminium Company and subsequently handled key leadership positions in ITC, Tata Motors, Tata Steel, and MSPN Limited. He has designed and implemented many strategic HR and ER interventions during his stint in various organizations. He has more than 28 years in business, and for his pivotal role in business, he has been recognized with many awards from professional forums such as ASTROM, NIPM, NHRD, World HRD Congress. He is also a columnist who shares his thoughts in various newspapers and is also a writer of various books. One of his books, Rajdhani, is published recently, which shows his love for Odia literature. It's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Debabrata Das to the stage, please.
Very good morning to all of you. Today I am extremely delighted to be part of this HR conclave, and the theme is really interesting. When you look to the theme, it is Yukti 25. So Yukti is a word which is related to skill, which is related to cleverness. So I want to compliment the team actually who has designed the theme. This is the call of the day because the skill is going to be a differentiator, a critical differentiator for all of us. So heartiest compliments and congratulations to the ABIT team for doing such kind of conclave and inviting the participants who are researchers, who are academicians, who are students, and people like us who are from corporate. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, we are going through a challenging time. I'm sure that you must have heard about the industrial revolution, right? Industry 1.0 to 4.0, and now it is Industry 5.0, right? So the key thing is that the way that we used to work, the way we used to manage individuals, teams, the functions, business, it is little bit different nowadays. And particularly post-COVID, we have a lot of learnings. If I relate this to reshaping the workforce learning, I'm finding a lot of changes across industries. So instead of a typical PPT, I want to make it a very, very interactive. I want your involvement. I want certain response from that side coming to this side, so that this keynote speech will be really impactful. And also, I am conscious of the fact that there are certain students sitting here. Okay, so my focus will be towards the student to also tell them how the recruiter expectation is also changing. That is also a very critical point to address at this juncture, right? I will tell you just to do one exercise to start our discussion. I think all of you are carrying a writing pad and a pen. Okay? Yes? Can you draw a triangle? Can you draw a triangle? All of you, please draw a triangle. Very simple exercise. Draw a triangle. All of you. How many of you have drawn? Raise your hands. Okay, 80% of the participants, they have drawn the triangle. That's the conclusion. 20% are still drawing or not drawn. Anyway, now, without checking what type of triangle you have drawn, I can vouch for one fact that 90% of the participants who are sitting here, you have drawn an equilateral triangle. Yes? Raise your hands. You have drawn equilateral triangles. See the statistics. That's what is our. Okay, so is it correct or not? That's what is called the linearity in our thought process. The whole world is moving from a linear world to a non-linear world. Linearity means we are accustomed to one particular way of doing things. Our thought process are driven by a fixed mindset. Hello. So the whole world, as I was telling, it is moving from linearity to non-linearity, and most of the times our mindset is a fixed mindset. I have not checked what kind of triangle you have done, and believe me, this exercise I have done not only for academicians, researchers. I have done this exercise for senior business leaders. The finding is same. 90% of time, I find majority of the participants in the room, mostly 80 to 90%, they have drawn equilateral triangle. Tell me, any of you who have drawn a triangle which is not an equilateral triangle, raise your hands. See the statistics. There are only 6 of the participants sitting here. They have not drawn a triangle. They have drawn a triangle which is not an equilateral triangle. Meaning thereby, with the change of the business complexities, the workplace is changing, and if the workplace is changing, the learning agenda has to change. Another big thing is that there is a fundamental difference between knowledge and skill. I think as a fresher, students or researchers, academicians, we all are aware of this fact. But let me again re-emphasize this. Very simplistically, to put forth what is knowledge and skill, I want to just give one simple example to correlate what exactly is the principle of skill building before we go to the other part, right? Before we go to the workplace dynamics, before we go to the adoption of technology, how it is changing across industries, what is the expectation of the recruiters. All of you, when you are a child, you are going to the school, you have learned cycling, yes or no? Yes? Say yes. Yes. Very good. You have learned cycling. How you have learned cycling? You go back and reflect. First, you have seen somebody doing cycling, yes? Correct? That has created that trigger and interest that yes, I will also learn cycling, but you don't know how to do the cycling. Then what happened? You have taken the help of somebody, okay? And you learn cycling. In the process, what has happened? You failed many times, correct? You did the half pedaling, full pedaling, you gained the confidence. Then one fine morning you demanded for your parents, father or mother, I need a cycle. Now they have given you a cycle, you started cycling, you are so confident that you are least hour, where is the brake, where is the pedal, you are so confident and it is spontaneous and you are doing the cycling. That's what is the process of skill building. First, there is a process of unconscious incompetence. First stage is the unconscious incompetence. You really don't know what is that skill. The moment you saw somebody doing the cycling, you have become consciously incompetent. You realize that there is a cycle and I really don't know how to do the cycling. This is called consciously incompetent. Then, with a lot of practice, you learn cycling, you have taken the help of others, your relatives, your friends maybe, who has guided you. You did the half pedaling, full pedaling, and you learned cycling. Third stage, you have become a person who is consciously competent about the cycling. With application of that skills, what you have learned, the skill becomes so spontaneous to you. Now you are not realizing, there is a brake, there is a pedal, you just hold cycling and do the cycling. This is called unconsciously competent. So how many stages I have said? There are 4 stages. These are the fundamental to skill building. Unconsciously incompetent to unconsciously competent. There are 4 phases, okay? That's what is the reality of the skill building. Therefore, when we are talking of the skill building, the role of mentoring and coaching is extremely important. Because in the process, you find somebody guiding you to learn the skills. Right? So that's what is the reality today. The skill is going to be differentiated. And from a recruiter perspective, why skill is extremely important nowadays? So the freshers will be passing out from any institutes. You don't have a luxury what you used to have earlier to go through a induction program or a learning program for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. Recruiters are preferring business schools who are having a finishing school concept. What is finishing schools concept? You need to have certain skills which are differentiating skills. This is another important aspect of the skill. It is no more a threshold skills. It has to be a differentiating skills. What is differentiating skills? Those skills which will set you apart from others. Right? If I am a person from marketing background, do I know something about digital marketing? If I am a person about operation background, do I know about ERP and business process re-engineering? So it's time now for the students. I'm quite happy when Sir was presenting the slide. What appeals me most is that apart from your curriculum activity, this is a threshold skills. What extra you need to have to actually compete for the future. So this is the fundamental thing. Everybody is looking for a differentiating skills. Gone are the days when you are worried about your grade point. You are worried about what exactly is the year of experience. These are all threshold requirements. It's no more required. The recruiter's interview pattern has also changed. We are doing a lot of research now when we are meeting a candidate, right? We know the background, be it a fresher or a lateral. We are more into a methodology called STAR methodology. It is again STAR to test the skills. So we are asking questions related to specific skills. Like one skill which is extremely important, I request all of you to please write down, it is thinking skills. It is extremely important. How we are approaching a situation from a different perspective. If this is the problem, if this is the situation, how we are going to handle it? So you need to equip yourself with the thinking skills. And the world is more towards a non-linear world. The world is full of ambiguity. So whenever you are entering into the corporate, you need to deliver results. What is more important is that you need to deal with the ambiguity. Today, in my role as a strategic leader, as a eastern part of the India, we are putting a lot of greenfield projects. We are having operating plants. We are having mines. What is more important is that what strategy we should adopt so that we can attract and retain talent and we can fulfill our business mandates. What is that unique 1 or 2, 3 things we should do to retain talent who are our campus hires and also who are our lateral hires? Right? What are the 1 or 2 skill building initiatives we should anchor so that we'll be able to fulfill our functional building agenda? See the changes. So both from the recruiter side and also from the employee side, these are the expectations. Gone are the days, when coming to the learning, gone are the days when I am worried for the mandates. This is again very, very threshold requirement. Number of programs, training mandates, right? Now it's a time for evaluation, it's a time for impact. It's a time to find out what results we are achieving through this learning interventions. So do less, but do it more impactful. Another trend that is happening is because of the technology is evolving, because most of the progressive organizations now they are to a transformation phase. There is an application of technology enabled learning. I am very happy to note that NPTEL is one platform that you are using. I saw in that slide. Apart from the NPTEL, there are a lot of learning platforms. So I appeal to all of you that you have to create a self-learning path for you to stay competitive. You have to find out your own interest and your passion. One example I can give, the analytics is going in a very, very big way. So business analytics, HR analytics is one area where you need to equip yourselves. Because this is going to be the critical agenda today. We want to do the optimization, we want to do the product differentiation, we want to achieve quality. At the same time, our customer satisfactions are very, very high and the employee engagement rates should be also high. So that my atmosphere is absolutely conducive. More importantly, the way you wish to approach learning is a little bit different. With application of the LMS platform, learning management platform, let's take example of my organization, AMNS India today. We have a AMNS University. It is a global learning platform. So through this global learning platform, like AMNS, most of the progressive organizations, they are utilizing this. They are creating a customized learning path. So customized learning path is exclusively for a particular learner to build one particular skill. Having said this, in your learning agenda, there are certain threshold programs also you will find and also certain differentiating programs you will find to build your skills. More importantly, in the world of digital transformations, the roles are getting changed. If I give an example, the way I witnessed the industry in 1995, then 2000, 2010, 2020, and now I am seeing the extent of the application of the technology has increased. Technology is making things smart, making things, improved. So two things are extremely important for all of you. One is your learning curiosity, another is learning agility. So if you talk about the workplace learning, I think it is extremely important first to develop that competency of the learning curiosity. What are your 1 or 2, 3 skills I need to learn to reskill, upskill and cross-skill myself? That is one of the theme of my talk. So reskill, upskill and cross-skill. The 3 things are important. So when I am talking of the reskill, it is particularly to a new skill. I will give an example. Suppose I am hiring an engineer from institutes. I want to put in my greenfield projects. So I want to give them exposure on the project management, risk management, project appraisals. So we are tying up with academic institutes, we are tying up with our university online, we are designing blended learning platforms to give them the exposure and to develop their skills. This is an example of reskilling oneself because the person has to acquire their skill for a particular role. Okay? So when the digital transformation has happened, we introduce a number of new things. Like, how many of you have heard the term called ATS? I'm sure all of you have heard this, ATS, right? Yes or no? It is applicant tracking system. A very smart tool for the recruitment. So the moment we use this ATS, we find the efficiency of the recruitment cycle has increased. If the efficiency has increased, the number of recruiters who used to handle the number of positions they used to fill in a year, those are not required now. We have got a smart model of working. And also, you have a combined model of working with the RPO. See the way we are designing everything. But then what we have done, if there is a scope of rationalization, can we build another skill with a particular gentleman who can be into another area, who can be into another function? So there are certain people who have moved from one function to another function. Their skill has been built, and particularly from a program management, those who are used to do a program management kind of role, those who are part of a COE, Center of Excellence, they have moved to a customer facing role across different functions. This is an example of a cross skilling. Like the persons who used to do a particular job in a COE, now the person is into business development. The person is into marketing. The person is going for a field visit and discussing with the customers. This is an example of the cross skilling. And how it is done? It is done. First is that yes, there is a process of optimization. Second, more important thing is that the concerned person is having a desire, having a passion to be a part of that team. We are also confident that given a skill development initiative for the gentleman or for the particular lady, he or she can do better. So this is an example of a cross skilling. Suppose somebody is having a tremendous potential and we want to give them a vertical growth for his or her career. So here comes the concept of upskilling. Okay? So in a middle management level, what you used to do, the same thing may not be there when you go to the next level because your strategic level of understanding is going to increase. So the nature of tasks that you used to handle at a tactical level will reduce and the strategic tasks will increase. So you need to have more insights on forecasting, business planning, business needs analysis, right? And how your business landscape is look like for the next 4 to 5 years if you want to design a strategic roadmap. For that, your perspective will be entirely different. So here we need to implement the upskilling for the particular leaders, right? Who will be a part of the growth journey for the next 4 to 5 years. Okay, so this is a typical example of the reskilling, upskilling, and cross-skilling. And if you go through the statistics today, if you go through the L&D budget today, most of the organizations are into reskilling and upskilling. Cross-skilling opportunities are relatively low, but reskilling and upskilling, most of the organizations are doing because that is the call of the day. Second important thing is about the technology adoption. The way the artificial intelligence and AR and VR, the augmented reality and virtual reality is entering today to the corporate world, I think they will have a big impact in our learning. So virtual reality is the platform that is giving a real-life experience to the participants through on-the-job applications. So there are excellent simulations designed. I can give an example. Suppose somebody is recruited to operate a plant. Somebody is recruited to maintain a machine. Somebody is recruited to deal with a particular sales team. So a simulated environment is being created through this virtual reality, and through this simulated environment, the participants will have a opportunity to have a real life applications, and they will also have opportunity to get a real time feedback. So the real life applications along with the real time feedback is a must through this applications of the virtual reality. Augmented reality is again, like bringing some virtual environment to the physical environment. I will create something that I will bring one dinosaur here. So virtually that will be created, the dinosaur will be placed here in the script, and in the physical environment you will find a dinosaur here. How it is helping the corporate? We are using the AR screens, the AR glasses. Through the AR glasses, people are getting instructions. Think of a person with a disability. Persons with disability, right? They cannot move. But when they are utilizing these AR platforms, they are able to get the entire thing related to the job instructions, job details, and everything, right? So to summarize the entire thing, tomorrow is going to be defined by talent and technology. This talent and technology are going to again impact my workplace. And for you, freshers like you, academic researchers or the academicians, I think it is very important for all of us to prepare the next generation for this workforce learning, which is going to be more impactful in terms of giving results. It is no more a game of only doing events. It's a game of doing process in a particular way, which is going to add value to the business. So at the end of the my talk, I want to strongly urge your thinking pattern should change. You should develop one competency, that is your thinking ability, thinking skills, to stay competitive in this VUCA world. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devabrata Das. I'm sure the audience sitting out here will definitely second to what you said. Like, we have to be something different from others. We have some students also, and I'm sure they relate to what Sir said. Thank you, Sir. Thank you so much. We go ahead with the panel discussion. Kindly give us 2 minutes. Now we would proceed to the panel discussion. The agenda for the first session of the panel is from contest to contest, crafting human-centric learning journeys. Crafting human-centric learning journeys is about placing learners at the heart of the educational experience. Through an emphasis on personalization, adaptability, and inclusivity, it aims to ensure the needs of every individual are met along with their aspirations and potentials. In the panelists, we have Dr. Devabrata Das. We have already known him. We have Dr. Ajit Kaura, who is an author, motivator, speaker, and trainer by profession. He has close to 2 decades of experience in industry and academics, that is in HRD training and consultancy. He is currently associated with IMFA Limited, Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited as DGM and Head L&D. He has been a social entrepreneur and is the advisory board of knowledge sharing forums such as NLP Practitioner, Guild, International Association of Coaches, CHRD, and LinkedIn Local Bhubaneswar, etc. He is acknowledged as one of the top 25 talent development leaders to follow in 2025. He has been jury panel member for the Great Manager Awards 2024. He has been in the list of top HR professionals to follow in 2023. He has been awarded as Emerging Leaders 2023 in Space Learning and Development by Sagacity Awards 2023. He is ranked and awarded as the top 35 young HR leaders of India by People, Business and the Economics Times. He is awarded with NAA Foundation Excellence Award 2016 for outstanding contribution in the field of L&D. He received Outstanding Trainer Award from JCI in 2014. The list goes endless. And he rendered consultancy services and imparted training to different organizations, which include Jindal Steels, TQ, Wipro, Birla Global University, Geetham University, Soha University, Tata Sponge, Ireland Limited, Tata Power, BRPL, Hindalco, Coca-Cola, NTPC, Nalco, WPPO. So may I request our panelists to please come to the stage. The moderator. The moderator for this session is Mr. Jashwant Singlal. He has 18 plus experience in corporate training, outbound training, English language and communication, voice and accent training. He is the head of Learning and Development and Career Cell at ODM Educational Group, Bhubaneswar. Teachers trainer for Regional Director of DAB Institutions, Odisha Zone 1. Chief Employability Mentor to Soha University. MSc, MHA, Pharmacy and Hotel Management, Law, Agriculture. Diploma in HRM, Law of Attraction Practitioner. Master Trainer for Teachers Training, Career Counseling and Campus to Corporate. Master OPT, Outbound Training, Facilitator and Team Building. And Leadership Development for State and National PSUs and Corporates. So may I request Mr. Jashwant Singhal to please come and conduct the session. Thank you.
Am I audible? Yes. The last row. Students over there, can you hear me clearly? Is there any impact of this audio voice? Alright, so good afternoon everyone, good afternoon entire audience sitting over here. I would like to, it's my privilege to be here. So on this side, first of all, welcoming the panel speakers that will deliver with us and participate over here to forward the field of human resources. Being connected with them for almost more than a decade, and I know that what they can contribute to the entire system. Requesting all the audience to please pay attention because this discussion is going to be very, very important for all of us, especially students and all the audience over here because the topic is about reshaping what concept, right? If I'm not wrong. Workplace learning, reshaping workplace learning, and I think attention from everybody will make a difference. We'll have questions around just to giving a quick instruction. We'll have a small protocol tool here. We'll have a very lot of questions related to the topic that was researched, and we'll be dealing with that with the contributions and responses. And towards the end, we'll have a 10-minute questions round. So if you're attending and listening carefully, probably you'll be able to ask questions. This is for all these. After attending panel discussion, if you're not able to learn anything, then it's not going to have any benefits. So requesting, take the advantage directly to the host. Welcome all of you. To start with, yes, learning was essentially future word for today is learning. And the topic, the first calculation topic is content to context, crafting human-centric learning journey. Start with both the panel speakers. My question is, to start with the class. Sir, our audience is very diverse here. You can see students, you can see some research scholars, you can see some faculty, you can see some HR professionals. Everybody is here. Now, can we start with the keywords? Content versus context. From the HR perspective, the way the application, the way you approach the organization, the human interaction happens. So, what is the subtle difference between the content and context? With an example, if you can explain to the audience so that they understand the topic very well, so that it doesn't sound a jargon to them. What is context? The context, and if you can just give one more information as well. That what exactly is defined as a human-centric learning. There's two aspects. If this can be covered in the first two responses from both ends, we can go ahead progressively to the further questions of the entire panel.
Yes.
Over to you, sir. That they were the last.
Okay, thank you, Jaswan, for setting the context for this panel discussion. So once you set the context, based on the context, the content will be very easy for me, right? So that is a fundamental thing. Today, the world is changing. The way we are driving the transportation, we are at the center stage. First is the learner. Learner is the center stage along with the business, right? So to match the business expectation along with the learner interests, aspirations, the context plays a very important role. I will give an example. Like suppose we are doing a skill program on negotiation skill. Negotiation skill content, if you go through the program content, all of us are facilitators of the program, and we know what are the principles of the negotiation. How can you make it ready? You know, what are the bargaining points? Now we think of a scenario. Somebody is doing a commercial negotiation, like somebody is finalizing contract, like somebody is in a commercial role. He or she is finalizing contract. Now one recruiter is negotiating a candidate to close the offer. Correct? Another stage, another context is that the management is negotiating with the union to address certain grievances, to address certain disputes. What is the fundamental difference? Even if some principles of that negotiation will be there, the context is different. So based on that context, what counts is the customization, right? So that's what is the reality. So the way the commercial manager is going to approach to that business partner, vis-a-vis the way the HR manager will talk to a candidate, vis-a-vis the HR head will talk to the human leader, I think it needs to be customized. So having said this, the fundamentals of the negotiations, the principle of the negotiations, the principle of achieving a win-win outcome remaining same. What is more important to understand the other side? What is more important to understand the learners, their aspirations. Okay, their maturity level, their skill level. Once you understand this, then your program will be very effective. Let's take an example. If I want to serve tea, today there are so many variants has come. Somebody is wanting a lemon tea, somebody is wanting a ginger tea, somebody is wanting a black tea, black coffee, without milk, with milk, with sugar, without sugar. That's the reality today. Same is the reality of the learning needs. Same is the reality of the aspirations. Same is the reality about the skill levels. So, understanding the preference of the learners, understanding the context, actually help us to customize the contents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Well, very elucidatedly explained the difference between a content and a context. Dr. Ajit, to you, moving ahead with this particular discussion. In addition to that, you were sharing. All right. Just wanted to know that human-centric learning, it is this word is being phrased. Is learning not human-centric always? So why this phrase has come to the surface? Human-centric learning. In addition to content and context, we can add it up to the audience.
Yeah.
What I would appreciate.
So thank you. So I have a tendency of forgetting things. So I probably try and note down so that I don't forget, miss out anything else which I want to say. So Dr. Das has already shared a brief a differentiation between content and context. Now let us understand, like, very important. Jason has asked 2 questions and then a supplementary question. So first I will come to the preliminary questions which he asked. Now see, it's very important that today, content is definitely important, which you are going to do. So whether it's a training, whether it's a negotiation. So for an instance, now earlier when I used to deliver my programs and all that, I used to choose a topic called as emotional intelligence. Gradually, it started moving and all that, and people started talking about emotional dynamics. Today we talk about emotional engineering, right? So if you see, the content parameter also has changed down the line. Why? The reason being, so the context is demanding so. Right? Whereas we're just talking about people's intelligence, it's not how do we understand intelligence. Today we're talking about how do we re-engineer intelligence best for the situation so that you can act, react, or interact. Right? So either you are reacting to the situation, you are responding to the situation, or you are interacting with the situation so that you can understand better and then move ahead. So that is a kind of content context. So we cannot say that we only need to move from content to context. Both needs to go either way. That's the first thing. Second, when you're talking about Dr. Das was talking about industry 4.0, industry 5.0. So I think yesterday me and Justin were just discussing, and I was telling him something called as tech and touch. Technology, AR, VR, whatever you talk about, today we are into massive, transformation in terms of digital transformation. But I mean, very important is, what is the touch we bring in to bring that tech into picture, right? So bring that technology, but what is the people aspect of it? That's very important. Now, the third question we just want to ask, right? Human-centric approach. So just writing 2 points. One is personalization, and the other one is one size fits all. So today, when we're talking about now at DEPT, let me give you very specific examples which we are all discussing. So today at DEPT, if you see the learning interventions, they are being able to divide into different categories. We do not have the same program for each level. So now suppose for a senior level, now we have to talk about leadership development programs and all that. For a person who's having all the potential to become a leader, so we say Emerging Leaders Booster Program, ELBP. Now for somebody else with a critical role, for him a program would be a leadership development program or an advanced leadership development program. So people, those who are already into leadership role, for them we have called SLDP, Senior Leadership Development Program. So this is what context, and the content also has to be customized accordingly. So when you're talking about personalization, the last question which you asked, it's all about what is the element we bring in terms of personalization, because whatever my training need may not happen the same for other persons. Now suppose for an example, if you're talking about academia. So I always use a term, so that has become my patented term, so I said mad. So it's all about not becoming mad, it's all about making a difference and making mad, right? So now bring the student. The students, there are different categories, being into academics and all that. So every student may not sit for the same placement when the opportunity comes and all that. So again, what is important is what training skills, capabilities need to be improvised. Whether it's presentation skills, communication skills, it's about the presence of your mind, your logical ability, your verbal ability, and all that. So everything else will differ. And that's the reason, we need to bring back personalization. And what is important is it has to be a human-centric approach. The person, so what is needed for Ajit may not be needed for XYZ. So according to that training, interventions, so whatever. So today, earlier we said training program, today we are saying interventions. And if I do not use the term, though my designation is learning and development, but we say intervention. The reason being so because we want to see some output out of that program, whether it's a training program, learning program, XYZ, OBD program. So if I have to give you a list, it's a long list of programs we do. For example, human-centered intervention. For example, for GETs and DETs, that is we do a program called as Prada. It's altogether different program, right? Customization, and again only specific meant for the GETs. The people-centric approach. Now suppose for the women leaders at IFA, we do a program called as WLE, Women Leaders of Tomorrow at IFA. Right? For people who have recently joined IFA, what we do an exclusive program called as Grow, Get Ready for Opportunities at Work. So these are all examples of content, context, and customization and human-centric approach with people in the center and then need-based programs.
Thank you so much. Making a difference, mad. The audience should go mad now by making a difference, not by being crazy about something. Thank you so much for giving it a very clear and precise that this should be human-centric learning. It should be more personalized than just one size fit all. Very crucial question before we proceed. Just would like to make a request for the panelists. We can stick to on average 2 to 3 minutes for each question, so that we can cover a lot of points in context to the typical topic we have today. We're talking about content to context. With respect to organization of yours, so this AMNS and INFA, can we, through examples, can we really talk about that how, as all of us know, content and context both important for the learning experience. But how have we shifted from content to context in the world of digital transformation? If through examples, with respect to your organization, we can just give some examples so that they would know this is a sample organization where the content has shifted to context with the following learning initiative taken by the respective organization. If you can, sir.
Okay, so again, it is a very good question related to my organization. As you are aware, we are a global player, and we have a strategic eye of sequence. One of the fundamental principles what we believe, apart from the personalization what Dr. Paul was highlighted, more important is that what kind of flexibility we are giving to the learners. The flexibility is one of the important dimensions. Why? Because it is not only the workplace, the nature of the work is changing. And the type of workers or the knowledge workers who are going to join or who are here, their aspirations are different. So what kind of flexibilities we can provide to them? Second more important dimension is that how we can empower our learners. Okay. So if we consider these 3 dimensions, one is the personalization, second is the flexibility, third part is the environment. That's what we do. So what we have done, typically when you go to any approach for individual development, organization used to have a performance dialogue. And in performance dialogue, they used to derive the developmental need. And then they find out what is a DNA. But our process is different. We realize in the performance composition process, most of the attention is towards my performance, my increment, my bonus, what else I need to do. Less emphasis is for the self-development. So developmental cycle is dealing from the performance cycle. This is one of the biggest changes we have. So our developmental cycle is different from the performance cycle. Performance cycle is January to December, but developmental cycle is April to March. So once we do the performance dialogue, then we find out the developmental planning system for individuals. This is number 1. Number 2, there are 2 types of requirements from an organizational perspective. One of the requirement is the very fundamental. Like anybody joining the organization, they need to understand what is our code of conduct. There is no compromise. They need to understand what are our 10 golden safety rules. Anybody joining ArcelorMittal, any part of the globe, be it India, be it Europe, compulsorily they have to go certain learning interventions without fail. If they have not done, then again they have not gone to the next phase. That is when their industry view. Now that will be alert coming to them that you have not completed your safety modules. Second important thing is that how they are reflecting. How they are reflecting these behaviors. So once they do it, there is a process of doing a safety observation or safety line work through which they have to enter what exactly they have learned and what they have noticed in the subgroups. So this is without compromise learning. Most importantly, what I was highlighting in my keynote is the differentiating, which is very specific for a particular learner need. So there we have created a plethora of choices. So one choice is particularly virtual mode, another choice is it may be physical program, but more importantly, what we believe it is a combination of the virtual and plus physical environment. We call it a mixed learning program. So be it a leadership development program, be it a managerial activities program, be it a technical training program. For technical training program, the AR/VR applications is coming up very widely. And last but not the least, while we do everything, we do not compromise these 3 principles: the personalization, the flexibility, and empowerment. And finally, if somebody is really learning, More important is that how we are going to reward and recognize the learners. Very important. So we have a practice called Learner of the Month and Learning Premium League. So what we do in every month, we recognize those people who mandatorily cover all the courses and done certain thing extra by completing the test and assessment. It is not that you are attending a learning module, you are giving a, you are giving a credit, you are giving credit, but no. You have to go through a learning module as per your learning path, you have to complete, you have to pass the test in one attempt. So across the globe, the centrally it is tracked by the Arsenal Mittal Global University. They surface the report and we recognize the learners. Similarly, in month of December, there is a learning premium league. We do a competitions. Which business units the learner are effectively achieving the outcome. So these are some of the agenda, not only to define our, the learning continuum, also to continuously reward, recognize, and empower learners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, the biggest takeaway students and everybody present over here, learning Premier League, LBL. This is something very interesting. Yes, learner of the month is very important. Same thing applicable to students, especially my message always will be for students because the every department present organizing this. Students must take away from this place that learning is a part of life. Now we are learning being a student. The topic is about workplace learning. So once you go back, especially going to the organization, stepping into the organization, learning becomes pivotal. And as long as you're learning it, you are growing. The moment learning stops, you also stop. Let's understand that. I believe students are listening so that we can have questions from your end towards the end as well. Over to you, Ajit. Similar question with respect to your organization, content to context, how we are shifting, how it is.
So I'll take a clue from what you said and advise to the students. Now you talking about learning. So research it says we grow our body and all that by diet, eating and all that, and exercises and all. How does your brain do? Right. So for body and all that, so we eat and all that. So what's that you do for growing your brain, making your brain more mature, more strong? So research says that your brain cells grow. So there's like earlier that brain grows up to certain limitations and all that. So the research says that brain grows, there is no limit and all that. So for that, two things are very important. One is keep learning, so just was talking about, and second is accepting challenging tasks. If you really accept challenging tasks and if you do new learning and all that, there is a cell called as gray matter in the brain which start growing, which is responsible for all memories, analytics, analogy, everything else, creativity, everything else. So keep learning till the end. Now coming to your question and all that. So now see, I'll go to the base, content and context. Now today the one question is asked basically about like how technology and learning can be combined and then how it is shaping. Now see, even if we see in terms of technology, it is also becoming contextual. So earlier, before 2 years, I was doing a research because we want to have a learning management system for our company. Today I see now the next breed is LXP, Learning Experience Platform, which talks about more of personalization and one size doesn't fit all. Right? So see how the context, everything is changing gradually, right? And when we initially started, launching LMS, so we did a survey because we are a 63 years old company, right? And people may not be very computer savvy, they do not have computer access and all that. So we took 50 licenses. And I had to do a survey on 17 companies to see that what fits into my company, right? And then we found, so today there are lots of marketing leaders. So we found one which was more customized based on the language, the accent, which people can understand. And again, very important when you are into micro learning, AR, VR, you talk about augmented reality and all that. So very important is how do we engage the audiences for a span of time, where 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whether it's bite-sized learning. Take Mahindra, you can do something called a soap opera learning. So I'm leaving up to you for your research. So now let's understand that how it is going to impact, right? So it took us 63 years to do a research and introduce elements in my company, and which is not full-fledged today. We are still doing our research to have the appropriate elements for LXP system. Now, the second point I want to talk about, digital learning is fine, but again, the treatment is very important. We need to see that what needs to be digital and what needs to be in person in classroom. That's very important. If I'm dealing with a subject like, say, emotional intelligence, NLP, growth mindset, mindfulness, that's very important that needs to be a classroom session. Now, we are working on an exclusive program called as Passport to Infra, which includes all code of conduct, your ethics, your guidelines to the company, basic HSE, health and safety environment practices and all that, and which will become mandate, but this can be an online program, right? So for workers, for an example, we do lots of programs for the people on the floor. So for them, I cannot have a digital program. It would be completely a fiasco of failure. So we'll have to see that what content, what context again we bring into the picture, and then how do we work on so that it becomes a right kind of treatment for the people in a sense.
Thank you so much. Two takeaway from this particular question: LPL, Learning Premier League, and Passport to Infra. Right, that's wonderful. So every organization have their own way of approaching the human resources and especially the learning initiatives. And these two experiences, which is shared by both the stalwarts, is absolutely appreciated, and I think we can always take it and implement further. I always believe whenever I attend any kind of panel discussion, and either I moderate or I become a participant, the kind of keywords we receive is very important for all of us to start learning and moving forward. We start utilizing or explaining something you remember. Otherwise, this panel discussion remains panel discussion. It sounds good at the same spot, but later on we forget it. So, requesting everybody if you can just use these words, is making a difference. LPL, Learning Premier League, development cycle to performance cycle is something which is very important to all of us. Very pertinent question back to the panel members here. It's not easy for any established or growing organization to tailor, to customize learning experiences as required as per the changing dynamics of the industry. What challenges are you facing at workplace in relation to this? Like when you're customizing or tailoring or designing a new learning experience from the present existing one to the new one, depending on the changing circumstances. Are you facing any challenges? Are you able to overcome the challenges so that the audience knows about it? That these are the problems and challenges we face, still we can still overcome. Yes, sir. One or two points quickly so that.
Okay, so again, it's a good question. Practically, I want to share an example. For our senior leadership, we have a program that is called LEAD. LEAD, Engage and Develop for the senior leadership program. And before we actually do the customization, the context is important. The context is like this. Today, in ABIT India, we are producing 8 million tons of steel. Next year, the capacity will be augmented to 50 million tons. Okay, we are going for expansion across India, both in the east part and also in the west part. By 2035, we have an ambition to produce 40 million tons. So that will be 20 this side and 20 again, in the west side. Now, if your strategy is to have a 40 million ton steel, and you are going to be a steel major in the country and also in the block, then you need to have a strong leadership pipeline. Because leadership positions are very critical. So the first fundamental thing to customize this, I think here the context I have given you clarity. This is the context. Now you will need to build a talent pipeline. And some of the people who are people managers, and we are constantly giving them a feedback that yes, these are the people who have the leadership potential to be exposed to this lead program. The first challenge that we faced practically is that in a focus group discussion, how can we get the inputs? How can we actually identify the gaps? And how can we address the gaps where we are designing a content? So we believe in a principle called learning continuum. The first part of the continuum is there to have a proper assessment, to have a proper profiling, to have a proper feedback. So we have identified a concept which is very strong nowadays. We believe in that concept that is called NPS, Net Promoter Score. So through that profiling exercise, we identified the behavior, the current behavior of the so-called leaders who are at a building position. What are the gaps? Then we have a one-to-one session. And sometimes it's very, very tough. Even to ask certain questions to a particular person, the person may not be able to open up. So then what we have done, we have actually reached out to the role set members. Some might be observing that particular lady or gentleman in different circumstances, so we have given them standard questionnaire to respond about the leadership behavior, which is aligned with our leadership competencies. So this is one challenge we have faced, but we have addressed in a very solid and robust way by identifying the strategic feedback. And also we have a one-to-one profiling. So we encourage the participants, you respond, if this is the situation, how we are here, but what should be the right behavior. So once profiling is done, it is very important to design the content. Then we go for online, we go for a fixed rate, we have a partner called Conclave, who is into authentic leadership. They are guiding all the leaders to the sensitization. Then after 6 months, there is a reflect session where all single leaders will be there. They one by one everybody will come. So in eastern part, we have identified around 32 people managers who are having their leadership potential to go to the next stage because their growth is extremely important in line with my business growth. So this is an example which rightly indicated that how your business strategy has to be aligned and integrated with the people development strategy, to a strategic leadership development.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, the smallest takeaway, the fundamental takeaway is that profiling of a strong leadership pipeline is very, very important. If they are at place, probably we can customize, we can come to a synergy, we can design, tailor, customize as we want. So, fundamental part is having leadership. Yes, thank you so much. Over to you, Ajit. Any yes.
Thank you, Jasper. Basically, I'll start from the people on the floor, and then maybe I'll go to the leadership role. It is always challenging if we design something for the first time, right? Now, something which is designed, tested, verified, and okay, so that doesn't give any kind of challenge or a problem. The reason being, so it is already being accepted throughout the organization. Now, I have to give an example. So we do an exclusive program for the people, white collars on the floor, called as Better Be. So this is a program, like maybe this is 7th year we are running the program, which is widely accepted. So that's not a challenge. Now, anything else with the first time program would always be challenging because we need to understand who's my audience, how they are, how many would be there, what is the level of understanding and all that. And for that, we are just discussing this morning, and Dr. Das was talking about something called in NLP we use neuro-linguistic programming. So we say BAKD or BAKR. So we need to understand who's my audience, what category they fall into. Research says that 60% of people in the world are visuals. More visuals, more acceptance, right? So whether my audiences are visual, auditory, kinesthetic, or digital auditory. So not go to explanations right now, it will take time. So for me, it's very important. If I've understood my audience, so 60% battle is one, the first thing. Second is, I also need to understand what is the need of the organization, because there has to be individual need, task, what my job role needs, task best, and as a whole in an organization, what is important for the organization, for an individual, for the task, and for the organization. Three important analysis, which I need to do whenever I design any training program, so that it will become a right kind of treatment. That's one. Now, next very important thing, which we talk about is again, yes, which Dr. Das was talking about, profiling, assessment, all that. Recently, we did a very senior leadership program, and it was only meant for the leaders, only 11 people. And we did exclusive profiling called as Lumina. It's a very excellent platform, Lumina Spark profiling and all that, which talks about you as an individual, you as a team, your interactions vis-a-vis internally and externally, and then maybe it gives you a very exhaustive report to understand that what are my growth areas, my improvement areas, how I score, right? So the challenge would be designing any program for the first time would always be a challenge to understand and to see the success of the program. Again, very important that the program has to be designed based on individual need, task need, and the organizational need, long-term goal and all. So then that gives us success, and understanding who's my core audiences. That's very important. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Luminous power profile. Yes. Every time I ask a question, I get some technical word which they are implementing, the tool they're implementing in the organization. That's something we should learn. I think we can research and we can know more about it.
Yes,
right?
definitely.
Thank you so much. Now, the second phase of the discussion, I have quick questions, one on each.
Okay.
And in fact, 4 questions I do have. So in rapid fire, we can answer that. Towards the end, I'll ready with a common question to both of you. So do it that way. So start with Dr. Deval Das, first of all. Sir, question is very simple. Learning is not forced. Something which is always self-driven, which I believe and understand. Whatever you force, whatever you impose, whatever you implement, if I don't want to learn, I will never learn it. So, is there any concept initially, is there any developed feedback mechanisms before the development cycle begins? What exactly the feedback scenario? How do you do it so that learning can be self-driven? They realize that yes, it's my time to learn, and I should learn it by my own. Concept of feedback at your mechanism at your organizations.
Okay, so during my other talk, I have already told 2 things very important. One is learning curiosity, and second is learning agility. These 2 things are extremely important. Learning curiosity has to be there. It is a universal principle. You have certain preference. So first thing is that how can I understand the learner preference? Very important. So that is the reason today we are discussing that is the content, context, and the customization, right? So how can I really attract a learner for a particular thing? So for that, what exactly we have done, I want to give a specific examples. Today we are not into numbers. Numbers they really that not important. We are into impact. So there is a learning advisory council at an apex level that is decided that looking to my business, what is my learning agenda? Year one, year two, year three, what exactly I am going to do? Once that strategic learning agenda is defined, then at an individual level, how it will be cascaded, just like a goal setting process. Like we all do a goal setting in our organization. Same thing we do for a learning goals for individuals. And how that is possible? That is possible based on the effectiveness of the development diagram. And that is the only reason which has forced us to delete our development cycle from the performance cycle. To give a more attention to the learner, to understand their aspirations, to understand their need, and then consolidate everything linking with our business needs. How can we create a customized learning path? Empowering the learner, giving the flexibility to the learner. While we define a time horizon of a particular year, we are not into that, how many programs you have completed, what is your mandate. At the end of the day, we encourage everybody to do a project. This project is going to be a learning project, which is a part of their goal again, PMS goal. See the linkage. PMS is dealing from a developmental cycle, but developmental influence is coming from PMS. People are taking one goal as a developmental goal, doing one real life project to utilize the learning. So the bottom line is that it is not just creating a menus. So there are number of restaurants today where you find there are menus are there. Lot of menus are there. But the way they will actually attract the customers, the strategy is different. So even if there are menus inside, people may not come to you. The first important thing is what exactly is the communication you are giving? What exactly is the internal branding? How you are showing them the big picture of the learning mechanism and how it is linked to their career goal. Once that big picture messaging will be clear through a developmental dialogue, the learners will be interested to take this particular program, which is going to be part of their online program, or it is a physical program, or it is going to be mixed blend. So at one end, the responsibility of the employer is to understand the needs and create menus, plethora of menus. At the same time, it is very important to understand, how it is linked to the overall business strategy, the individual developmental goal, and the performance goal. So that's what exactly we have done to attract a particular individual and turn him to an effective learner in the entire process.
Thank you so much. So that's where learning curiosity and agility will improve. True. That's not just a responsibility of the learner, it's also a responsibility of somebody who teaches and who brings that scope to learn moving forward. Ajit, to you, next question. I request you to be quicker in 2 minutes so that we can wrap up 3 more questions and we can end it. Do you see or sense any alarming signal with the intervention of technology while integrating emotional and social intelligence in human beings?
That's very interesting questions. So round of applause for you.
Thank you. This is important. This is happening actually.
Yeah, that's true. So the question which I've asked is, advent of technology, emotion, and social intelligence, right? So long back we were having a discussion and a debate basically on this, like whether technology. I think so a conflict. So I share conflict. So we're having a discussion and there was a question from the student that can technology replace human beings, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So my answer to that question was, it depends on you, right? So whether you are another technology, and technology is to be an enabler, not a replacer. So right. So see, if I have to talk about it, so technology will not be able to replace social intelligence and emotional intelligence, though to a certain extent, right? But again, so let me give an example of micro learning platform and a classroom intervention, right? The emotion, the engagement which one can bring in a classroom, a scenario and all that, that's very difficult to replicate on a learning platform, whether it's the gamification, the VR, AR, and all that, whatever it may be, right? So that's what it may be competing, right? But again, if I have to talk about, so earlier we were talking about robots, today we are talking about cobots, right? So robots enabling human beings. It's not competing or replacing, rather it is collaborating. So that is what is the age has to be.
Collaborative approach.
Yes. So that is what we are saying focus. So it's not a alarm for us, I think. So that's very important, and that is how it has to be, right? So we'll have to see that what has to be on a digital platform and what has to be a classroom session, right? For an example, so just as an OPT training, I cannot ask him that run an OPT for my participants online because it's difficult. Though there are websites and all that where you can collaborate. Myo is a software which is generally used for collaborations and all that, team activities and all. But it won't happen. So let us understand that human social intelligence, emotional intelligence is something which may not be replaced difficult, right? So if I'm allowed, so Microsoft did a research on a robot called, I'm forgetting it's human, right? And they had to stop that project because it started replicating human emotions so quickly that it was into danger.
Thank you so much. Very clear and precise again. And in the next 5 minutes, we'll be back to audience for your questions. Please mark your questions so that 2 or 3 questions you can pick up and we can close the panel discussion. So quick questions back to you, Dr. Devrata, and this time limit is 96 for you, if you don't mind. Humanizing digital experience, because we are undergoing digital transformation. Every organization is going through some kind of digital transformation or customer delight, or enhancing your marketing technique and improving and increasing sales percentages as well. So it's very important in today's competitive business landscape to foster a sense of value and connection through humanizing digital experiences. So what tools or learning initiatives can we adopt to humanize the digital experience? If we can just
excellent question. I think I have published an article on LinkedIn. Definitely, I have got 90 seconds. But fundamental thing what Jaswant is asking is a very important dimension for all of us. That was my point of focus in the LinkedIn article. It states the attention of global audience. There are around 25,000 viewers. That's a different thing. But more importantly, when you are designing AI-based applications, one example I want to give, it should be bias-free. Okay, so there are different biases. Biases in terms of selection, in terms of assessment. So how can we go for a bias-free? The screening systems. ATS is there. But fundamentally, that should be bias-free. How can we make it more interactive? Because respect for all is a very, very fundamental value in all organizations. Even if one candidate is not suitable because of any reason, always remember he may not be suitable for you, but he may be suitable for other organizations. How exactly you are giving that feedback to the candidate? So in the process, you are increasing the brand image. The candidate will have a positive experience. So third important dimension is the experience management. It is not only your employee experience, it is also the experience of a candidate who has been interviewed. So how that messaging, how that communication is very, very important. To summarize everything in terms of value, if you are not adapting with this, the digitalization doesn't have any value. Digitalization will not create any impact. You have an excellent system like ATS with speed, with efficiency, with agility, you will achieve results. You recruit people, select people, build pipeline, but people will talk very negative about the process. If you are not connected, you are not engaged. To summarize everything, it is all about bias free. It is all about giving respect to the individuals. It is more about giving connection to everybody who is utilizing this platform. That is some of the common understanding of the meaning.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Thanks so much for this. Last person to you for one common questions. Audience, get ready. 2025 Jan, next 1 decade, that is 10 more years, 2035. How do you see the future of learning at workplace across organization? How business automation, AI is going to influence the future of learning? What is your sense? Because you are more into research, learning, so you probably can share a glimpse with the audience that how do you see organizations? This is the future of learning at workforce across organization in the next 10 years.
Okay. So if you talk about the future of learning, future of work, so definitely, what we started with, it would be a human-centric learning system where people would be, what we say, people would be pivotal, right? So let us understand, so whatever learning, when I moved into the learning industry and all that, from core HR to L&D learning and all, so the space was very different, right? By that time, we never heard about AR, VR, LMS, LXP, digital learning, this, that, and all that. So only classroom training, that's what used to happen, right? And gradually going, if we see the past and the present, there has been a huge difference in terms of digitalization. So the future of learning, I would say, like whether it's in-person learning, classroom learning, and all that, I would always remain that it is not yes, definitely. It would be more digitalized, right? And we are saying digitalized and all that. The reason being so because our workspaces becoming so today, I was discussing and I said, like though I'm more into OD and capability building for my organization, but my designation has to be changed. It should become DGM and head of miscellaneous, right? Because I'm into n number of things to it. So starting from compliances to hiring to L&D. So what I would say in short is it's gonna be challenging, yes. People are going to be at a center place, definitely yes. We are going to adopt more of digital learning, but again it has to be customized and need best. So taking all these account and all that, so the learning space in future is going to be more challenging, more interlinked, and then by that, so very important is like I'll talk about a CED. I concluded in it. So the CED talks about the content, the context, the engagement, and the delivery. So what content we bring, how do we build the context, what engagement we create to involve the audiences, and how do we deliver would be a major challenge going forward.
Thank you so much. 100 seconds. Thank you again. So yes, then with CCED, content, context, engage and deliver. Wonderful. So these abbreviations are really working for all of us and can be really useful, and all of us should take something away from this. Thank you so much, panelists, for wonderful discussion. One last question. I'll start with statistics. And for all of us, let's learn the statistics. In fact, know this. I'm reading out few reports. A significant percentage of employees in India experience stress, burnout, and poor mental health. So setting that in context to this question, I'll be asking this question then. According to a report by MediBuddy and CII, 62% of Indian employees experience burnout, which is 3 times higher than the global average. First statistic. Second, according to ADP Research Institute survey, 76% of Indian workers say stress negatively impacts their work. According to your DOST report, 64% of employees aged 21 to 30 are battling high stress levels. According to the 2024 Gallup State of Global Workforce Report, 86% of employees worldwide are categorized as either struggling or suffering when it comes to mental health and well-being. If I highlight these 4 facts in terms of percentages, as your organization heading a leadership position, what are you doing so that this stress level can be reduced and we can feel better at workplace, motivatedly work for the organization? So just 100 each, what we can just give our glimpses, we can do this. Over to you.
Okay, so wellness is a very comprehensive agenda for us. Wellness, when we used to define earlier, physical, but now this mental part what you are highlighting is extremely important. So we have a one-to-one helpline. So always remember, in certain cases, now people won't be very open to you to discuss these cases. So what we have done, we have an employee assistance program, we call it EAP, and we have got a EAP partner. So through this EAP partner, we are regularly sensitizing different levels. Not only our software managers, not only our workers, supervisors, but also the people managers and senior managers. And also it is equally important to sensitize the managers and leaders to identify certain syndromes or symptoms where you feel, like I can give an example. I had a staff performer, suddenly I am finding he is not performing. The person is having knowledge, having competency, what has gone wrong? When we deep dive into it, he is into a depressive mode. But these kind of inputs must come from the immediate manager or the leaders. So regularly we are sensitizing our employees, our managers and leaders, number one, and whenever such cases is reported, we have a very confidential helpline. Those discussions happen between external consultant as a part of our Sampark initiative. This is branded as a Sampark of AWS India. Through this Sampark initiative, all these cases are being discussed, but this is highly confidential. We never disclose it. This is at a personal level, and we are finding there is an improvement in training. To give a statistics, if my workforce number is 8,500 today in Eastern India, can you believe how many are enrolled in Sampark? It is around 1,000 plus that enrolled themselves for the Sampark, and the feedback is very, very positive. So it is all about giving attention. It is all about doing employee assistance program. It is all about building that sensitivity in the workplace that how it is extremely important, because once the mental health is impacted, the productivity will be impacted, and ultimately, you know, it will be impacting the other persons who are his family members or our family members. Even in some cases, we got a call from the family members. So it is not only for our individuals, now we are expecting the benefit to the family members also. So that's what is the connect we have done to deal with this particular situation. What does not get said?
Thank you, Professor. Employee assistant.
Assistant.
Employee assistant program.
EAP.
EAP, got it. So, see, this is very important. Either we educate ourselves in terms of mental wealth, how to stay mentally healthy, or we take the help of people who can help us out. Otherwise, we're going to burn out for sure, and stress will continue. That's something which I can really take away from Dr. Devardas' message and the way their company takes steps in their organizations. Not everything.
So
I would
I would suggest, you know, like everybody who's getting stressed, please have the right dose. So dose is basically, you know, like 4 chemicals called as happiness hormones. So dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphin, right? So these are the 4 chemicals. So if you have the right dose, you don't need to take them with medicated doses, right? So now coming to his question, which he asked, you can understand the kind of importance mental health is being given, mental or physical health being given, and it is one of my KRA. It's one of my goals which have to deliver, which have to see and all. So we practically, you know, like we have partnered with Dr. Reddy Foundation and does lots of programs for us on mental and physical health one. Second is I myself is a certified mindfulness practitioner, so I do an exclusive program called as Mind, Body, and Balance across locations for every level, right? And Dr. Das rightly, you know, talked about the ABIT. So we are also in the ABIT program, employee assistance program. So where basically, you know, like the basic counseling, understanding mental health and all that, that's being taken care of. So these are the 3 very precisely 3 things we do to keep your time.
Thank you so much. I think we had a very robust discussion about the topic. The theme has been properly justified with their responses
and with their questions, right kind of questions.
Thank you so much. That's what you had to do that. I had done a research, and so that went successful. Over to audience. Questions, please wait to be questions to both the speakers so that we can wrap up with the final discussion. Yes. Anyone has any question? Audience? Yes, question over there. Please, can you please have the mic? I am expecting students also to ask questions. Please don't be silent there. This is for you.
Yes, so one thing is don't ask difficult questions. I just would ask.
And especially not by searching in ChatGPT. Good question. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Pallavi from Conclave University. My question to the panelists is that the learning approaches that you all talked about, are these only jargons or are they being really practiced? Because what we are teaching as teachers are that like we have the traditional learning processes that we teach. That's my first question.
That's the concrete one.
Yeah, that's my first question. And the second one is that what is the role of teachers? Because we all are teachers over here. If technology and AI is taking our place, so if you can talk about something about it.
First question, second question you can answer.
Alright, so maybe first question let Dr. Das.
No, I just don't think.
Alright, please do that.
See, the role of teacher is also going to change. I think that change. You are more into it. You need to switch to a mode where you need to understand your target audience. Your target audience is students. You know, ask how you understand. I will give an example. Previously, we used to have a robust policy, like all organizations. People have to give a hard copy or soft copy, apply for the leave, the boss will give the approval, the person will go. Now people are just sending a message to WhatsApp, tomorrow I am not coming. What is happening?
Yes, sir.
What is happening? So it is absolutely wrong to give a generic statement, is it theoretical or it is practical. More important is that have you understood the need of the change? If you have understood the need of the change, if you need the demographics and psychographics of the students, I think you have to then justify your role of a teacher to a facilitator. You are no more a teacher. You need to be a facilitator. When I say you need to be a facilitator, you need to understand what exactly is the learning pedagogy you need to adapt. I think all the teachers from the academics, they know about the cycle that is called formal learning cycle. I was discussing in the morning. It is more about the experiential learning. How can you customize your learning module to give that experience to the students? I am not going to tell that one university where I have gone for a campus interview. I asked the very fundamental questions to one of the students. of the Indian department, how domestic inquiry is conducted. The student said, sir, it is neither a part of the curriculum nor anybody told me. So I do not know, I cannot answer. So what is happening? So the expectation vis-a-vis your content design or curriculum design vis-a-vis the facilitation, there has to be some, certain gaps that need to be addressed. So how that will be addressed? If you go to that facilitator mode to find out, how can I change my approach to give experience to my students? It is not about the content or the PPT. It is all about the process. How can I give that experience to my students? See, this is what you have to do at domestic inquiry process. If that is there, then the student will take interest and you are going to justify your role as a facilitator. You are no more a teacher. You are no more telling a concept. Concept is available. You do a Google search. You go to ChatGPT. They can get brilliant concepts. I am an alumni of XIP. Previously, I was discussing with some of the professors. They are telling honestly. Nowadays, it's very difficult. What kind of slides we can give to our students? The students know everything, no? More importantly, what is that unique experience I can give? Can I identify certain simulations, certain case studies? Can I relate this to concept? Then you will facilitate it. It is not about making an assumption, is it really done or it is hypothetical. No, this is the climate change. Let us accept the fact that what I know, maybe some of you who are silent, you know more than me. Let us accept that fact. That's the world. That's the way we are changing. Now, coming to the corporate world, the corporate world, everything has to be outcome. Let me be very honest with you. Every corporate is looking for a business outcome. See, there is no point of doing any number of programs if I am not achieving outcome. Honestly, I think. So today, from an event models, it is not about the WhatsApps, not about the jargons. Okay, not about the title of the program. It is more about how we have engaged the learner at the end of the day, what he has done, and whether it is reflected in his or her performance. So your learning agenda has to be integrated with the performance agenda. So we just cannot say these are jargons. I said no, these are not jargons. These are practical learning paths that is to be created based on the effective dialogue. But even if you give a process, now think of a scenario. You are giving a process. You are saying there has to be development dialogue. But what will happen if the development dialogue is not happening in a correct way? Then hypothetical assumptions. Then there will be some jargons. Then there will be some generic program implications and the effectiveness is lost. So here everybody has a role to play. Like in the academic institute, the facilitator has a pivotal role to play. In corporate world, the immediate manager and leader, they need to take the role of the mentor and coach to go to that nitty-gritty to find out what exactly is the development gap and how it can be addressed.
Thank you. Thank you. One more question. Students, any question from your end? Department MBA is organizing this, but no question from students. Just not take it. We have only 2 more questions to go and answer 30-40 seconds, please. Because time is up.
I think students should ask more questions.
Yes. And yes. Last question by the student.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. This is Sanjita from C.V. Raman Global University. Sir, my question is that due to increase of this A and I, where can we see, we teachers, where can we see after 20 years? Means whether jobs will be there for the teachers or we are no more only, because as you say, students can use their learning sources. They can use ChatGPT, Google and any platforms they can use. So where we can see ourselves after 15 years or 20 years? Thank you.
So I'll just add on to the previous question.
Yes.
To the previous question which was being asked, I'll just share two life experiences of mine. So one is, when I started my journey, my first interview was Alpha Transfer. And I went to the interview and the recruiter did ask me questions in a piece of paper and said, do you know performance management, the process and all that? Have you ever seen? So the previous day I had gone through that document on Google and all. So I designed it exactly the same and he gave me an offer later. So that has to be from classroom to practice or from classroom to reality. It has to be how much people know in practice, and for that we need to keep asking. Second thing is, I was taking an internship interview for IIT Kashipur, and there was a student whom I asked the question that what do you understand by marketing? So he started giving me a definition of So I'm not a marketing guy, so I said I don't understand marketing and all that. So please tell me in a layman language what do you understand in marketing. So his presence of mind. So he said marketing is nothing. It's all about mark and act. That's what. So that is what is being expected when you talk about classroom and when you talk about real time or real time scenario, right? Now coming to the question which you asked and all that, so I'll give again my own example. You know, like earlier to write an article and publish it, it used to take me 7 days, 15 days of time. Today I publish it in half an hour, and these are also published on journals like People Method, Economics Times, HR. So how do I write? Definitely I rely on ChatGPT to be very honest to all of you. Let me be very honest. Now, but again, what content and context you give and what is the output. So you give garbage in, garbage out. It's like that. So understand that in next 20 years, it's very important, or maybe 10 years or 5 years of time. So how do you handle yourself? So I do not come from a tech background, honestly saying. I'm a humanity student, and MBA. Today I have designed my own website. I'm a ChatGPT certified trainer, so I do conduct lots of programs on prompt engineering on ChatGPT. So why I'm giving this example is how do I enable myself. So if you really enable, make you yourself resourceful, I don't think that there will be questions, so it will become covert. It is more of collaboration than a competition. So it's up to you, man.
So I just want to add one point. It's very important. Let me emphasize one thing. No Google can replace a Google. 100%. But having said this, as a teacher or as a facilitator, I think your research acumen has to be very good. This is one area where you have to be very strong. You have to envisage a scenario like the business leaders I was giving an example. Next 5 years, what is going to change in my investor scenario? You also need to do a thorough research how the industries are progressing. To give an example today, we are talking of different system of PMS. You talk of one system, balance scorecard, OKR, all the things are there. But do you know today corporates are also seriously thinking how can we actually reduce our normalization curve? It will be a simple process with feedback.
Yeah.
So a lot of research are happening. How can actually we need to have a feedback-based conversation system? Now you design the elective and offer to the students. Every student has a respect for you because you know the thing and they will follow research. But having said this, always remember I have all respect to all the teachers here. You cannot be replaced by Google.
Ma'am, into the question, I'll add one point only. Being very empathetic to your question, being an educator, I'm an educator. I understand what you said, how AI is replacing that next 20 years. Where do you see ourselves? I'll tell you, AI or any technology can only give you information. They cannot mentor.
Yeah.
They cannot mentor. And even if there is a digital mentor having wisdom, expertise in our own subject, trust me, nobody can. That's what I wanted. Right? Thank you so much. One more question.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Question is for actually Devabrata sir. Actually, you just spoke about this code of conduct, 2 sets of code of conduct. So here actually, is there any difference between this corporate and academic institutes? And how do we map actually effectively this code of conduct? Is there any tweak or anything you can suggest so that?
Yeah. Very good question. And see what we do exactly in the corporate. Whenever anybody is joining you, we have a defined code of conduct. What is a code of conduct? This code of conduct actually defines the right behavior that's needed to practice. What are the do's, what are the do nots, what are the disciplinary issues, right? In what way it will be done. And some part of the code of conduct is a part of the service condition. Is there any violation of the conduct, then the employer will take severe action which may lead to termination of the service. This is a clause that is stipulated in your appointment letter or in your service conditions. Right? This is basically the intent that the workplace behavior will be covered, which is in the business interest of the company or the organization. There are clauses like conflict of interest. Suppose you know somebody and the person you are accountable to engage, you are not giving any declaration. So this will go against you when there will be inquiry. This is a corporate example. Code of conduct is a common thing. Even in academic institutes, easily implemented. For teachers, for students, for facilitators, for external consultants who are coming, what should be the code of conduct? It's a document comprising 3 to 4 pages, but what is more important to have a sign off. Everybody and in almost all good corporates, every year we take a declaration. We take a declaration about code of conduct, we take a declaration about the conflict of interest, it is an online submission and it is given. If anybody is not doing, then again, there will be action initiated. So this is the basic of the code of conduct. It can be implemented in the academic institutes to enforce discipline and also for ethical violation, there will be action. And we have somebody in ethics council. When there will be problem, when there will be ambiguity, we tell that individual or that team member, you approach the ethics council. If you want to, again, raise a concern, you please, we have ethics helpline. There is a helpline number given to them. That is outsourced. That is third party management. That is purely confidential. We do not know who is making this complaint. So all these complaints are analyzed by the ethics council. They present to the single management team. If we find that yes, it is true, then we take action. So that's what is the implement of the ethical code of conduct.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We have one question.
The last question.
This is the last question.
See, sir, I have a question for both of you. We discussed regarding ATS and AI on our starts. Now, question is, you as HR persons looking for by interviewing or looking for a talent, right? So now, in the same time, the candidate is already CV which is friendly. Now, the exact kind of CVs or kind of people are looking for that CV is generated by AI. Now, whereas all the biases are you can say talking about that is being ruled out. So, how do you handle this kind of challenge while recruiting people over there?
I'll just give a live example. Because ATA was doing wonders. This is basically application tracking system. So what I did is, I thought of uploading my resume and see how it is working, right? So I'm in HR since last 17 years. So so there is a site for everyone to understand that is called as topresume.com. It's free of cost. You can upload your resume, see this company, and you can get your report in 7 days of time. The report comes to you for the students. The report comes to you in 7 days of time. So it is called as topresume.com. So I uploaded my resume there, and the report came to me in 7 days of time. So it said the befitting job for me is marketing, right? Whereas I'm in HR, so I'm just responding you. So let's understand that what Dr. Das was saying, taking a clue from him is bias free. It has to be bias free, but again, definitely, ATs is going to take the place. But again, human intervention has to be there. Rightly said by Dr. Das, nobody can replace us, our emotions and rationality. But again, yes, there would be interventions of application tracking system or softwares like AR, VR, or whatever we talk about the technological advancements. But again, there has to be that human approach in it. That's very important. So tomorrow, for example, we are into massive digital transformation. So we would also be into ATS, but that doesn't make it out that there will not be human approach and human intervention. Even today, if you do a research and topic, those who are here in HR and all that, so that gives you different options of pulling out the resume, Boolean option, advanced option, and all that. Now it gives you a snapshot of the candidates who are being into the job profile which you have uploaded. But again, as a recruiter, you also have to do the justice of going to the profiles, detailing, and then finding out who's actually fitting. That's very important.
So thank you for asking a very practical question. See, today what is happening? The candidates are also very smart. They understood how the ATS works, right? How the ATS works? It only takes you the keyword search. They also understand, this is the JD and this is the keyword, right? So there are multiple level of filters today we are setting. It is not one level of filter. First level of filter from the keyword search you can find. Let's say this 80 profiles are suitable because it's matching. Okay, so from ATS you get 80. But at the same time, we are also setting filters in the next level. Let's say I am going for a video resume. From the same ATS, linking with my JD, we identify 4 to 5 questions which will assess their fundamental explainability skills and competency we are looking for. Okay, so there is a video resume also. From the video resume, we can identify certain inputs. Then, once this process is over, then there is a third level filter. It is all about demand interventions. So there are different models of interview. There is a questioning model, funneling model of questioning. There is a behavioral questioning. There is a STAR approach. So these are human interventions. So before coming to the human interventions, there are multiple level of filters also we are doing. Again, and every stage I am finding from the 80, then again we are coming down to 50 or 40. Because there are certain filters in university. So to answer your question, yes, people are also smart, but recruiters are smarter. Thank you.
Thanks for that. One question for answer.
Yeah, my question is perhaps going to take 90 seconds. Borrowing from what you told a while ago, that for any learning to happen, the learner has to be interested first. One of the things that I've been hearing from my friends, who all of whom are in corporate actually, in fact, I received a call just now from, which is what prompted me to ask this question. We talked about stress, but this is the other side of it. A high need of work-life balance of the new generation of people who are getting into the workforce. Now, this is highly relevant for us because we need to understand whether we need to do something to address that part. So, what I'm hearing from many of my friends who are in corporate is that it is not uncommon to see somebody who has started working in about a year or two starting to talk about that I'm burnt out and I need a break and I need better work-life balance. And we all know about Mr. Murthy's 70-hour thing and what is going on right now, Mr. Subramanian's 90-hour thing, right? So the thing is that I do believe that stress is real and is a very complicated subject when it is coming to people who are in their 30s, 40s, 50s. But a lot of people have started telling that the younger generation which is graduating and coming in,
Gen Z mostly.
yeah, so that is the other side of the challenge, that the willingness to put in effort and learning one of the basic ingredients is that you have to put in effort. There can be a lot of systems in place, a lot of content in place, but if the learner is not willing to give the time, it's not going to happen. So I guess the context is clear. So my question is, how real is this and how widespread is this? And if this is real, is there something that we can do at the college level to kind of know your burden if it is real? It's a slightly complex question.
No, this is not a complex question. I would say it is a correct question you have asked. I think we need to prepare for it, both from academic point of view and also from a corporate point of view. So I will just share some examples, right? So 3 years back, the average age of our organization in Eastern India, it was 40. And today, in the last 3 years, the average has come down to 32. Now, in the next 3 years, as per our calculation, the way we are doing the hiring, I think 60% of our talent is coming from the fresh campus in terms of GPs and MPs, right? And my average age will come down to 20. Okay, this is one pointer that we are very seriously doing. Second thing, based on all our interactions with this group, so we do a practice called skip level interactions. We exclusively meet the talents, right, who are from campus. What I'm finding, all of the interns, newcomer who is coming, what is the first thing they look for? You forget about the work culture, you forget about the work-life balance. What is the first thing they look for? Some of you are freshers, no? You are going to join corporates. Yes? You have certain ambitions. What is the first thing you should look? Be honest to me. What is the first thing you should look? Or you are looking at? The first thing you look always is that you need to have a very decent pay package in terms of CTC and you will have a career growth. Correct? Yes or no? Tell me, particularly the students. Okay? So now what is happening? The corporates are trying their best to do a competitive benchmarking in terms of CTC. They are giving you. Once you join them, then after 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, what I am finding, the needs of these people who are coming to us is different. Now we are unable to retain this talent. I think 50% of the talent we are losing. And you know where they are going? Suppose they are joining a steel company. Where they are going? Out of this 50% talent whom I have recruited and now they are leaving the organizations, 30 to 40% are going for higher education, they are in abroad. Somebody is doing a MS program, somebody is doing a MBA program, most of them are abroad. Okay? 20% of the people who I recruited, surprisingly, I don't know what way they have developed their cross skilling, they are going to another industry sector. Right? And some of them are becoming entrepreneurs. So, what is really happening? It is more about the way, we are able to attract and retain the talent. Probably there are certain gaps. Coming to the stress part. See, so stress part, it is not only for the freshers, it is for everybody. But what is more important is that how we are approaching that one, how we are addressing that issue. So we have a system now. We have given the flexibility, right? What I will notice, you will be very surprised to know some of the trends of the freshers. I am finding some of the freshers coming on Sunday and working. And what they are doing? Because I have a flexible window, I am telling that any day you can work for 8 hours. The choice is yours. Most of them are remaining absent in the morning hours. Majority of the people are coming to the office at 2 p.m. and they are working up to 11 p.m. What is all about this? It is all about our habits. And what will happen if we continue to work like this? What will happen? After 5% 10 years, there will be lifestyle diseases. Correct? So, what is the bottom line of the everything? While you have individual aspirations, no corporate can match all the aspirations. No corporate can give you a career. If there is no life, there is no livelihood. Okay? And always remember, it is distress is better than the stress. Stress is more dangerous. And why you are taking stress? Because the way we are managing our lifestyle. Now you tell me on Sunday you are ready to come. Why you have come on a Sunday? Because you will take a compensatory of Monday. Why you take a compensatory of Monday? Because Tuesday is a festival day, it's a holiday. So you will go somewhere and enjoy your life. See, look at the habits. I really appreciate these questions, and this is what actually we need to tell our people. Habits are very important. Your lifestyle management is very important. And remember, you need to lead a healthy life to our livelihoods. If there is no life, there will be no life. Thank you.
So I just add on three things because he has given us stimuli. So to precisely answer your question is, the first one is work-life balance. Second is learning appetite, and third maybe which you asked is all about how do we need the right kind of feedback. No, today, like when I talk, I generally do not talk about work-life balance because there is no work-life balance on stage, so it is more of work-life integration. So work comes to life and life goes to work. So that has become. So people need to understand that how do we rightly, integrate both, right? So today we have to talk about me. So I'm very punctual. I'll reach my office at 9:30, 6 o'clock. I'll leave my office at 6, and that's the expectation I've set. But yes, I come from home and I work, and it doesn't create any kind of stress because during that time, my kid and my wife say they get to their own studies, so I get those times. So that's the kind of integration I'm trying to bring. Second thing is that at INFA, we are doing away with the concept called as feedback. So we say feedback is fast related. It's not like we are doing a post button. So we generally say feed forward. What's that we are trying to inculcate in people so that it's creating a positive mental mind and helping you supporting you in growing in your journey of excellence. Third, very important is what is the learning appetite we are trying to create. I generally use the principle in my learning sessions or my learning MBS, and I say fantastic. It's all about fun, task, and fit. What's the fun element I'm bringing so that the learning environment actually becomes engaging? What's the task I'm giving and engaging people, and what's the trick for them to take away out of the session? So actually, then it becomes engaging. So these two things.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. My heartfelt thanks to Department MBA, ABIT for nominating me as a moderator, and my thanks to the panel speakers for contributing the biggest way for the entire panel discussion. With my thanks, we come to the end of the first panel discussion. Thank you so much.
And thanks for asking all pertinent questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a lovely discussion, I would say, and I loved what you said in the last 3 words: fun, task, and trick. If I'm not wrong, that should be. And there were a lot of takeaways from this discussion. I'm sure all the audience must have had a great time. Thank you, Yashwan, for this beautiful interaction that you had with the panelists. And now I request our principal, Dr. Reena Samantrai, to felicitate our panelists. Thank you once again. Quickly, let's move on to the second panel discussion. And the topic is embracing a people first culture in a may I request Mrs. Sudeshna Naik to come to the stage, please. Mrs. Naik is a dynamic HR leader with more than 18 years of industry experience in the field of core HR functions like building organizational strategies, talent acquisition, compensation and benefits, talent management, learning and leadership development, performance development, HR operations, HR policy, process and compliances. She is a graduate in economics from Utkal University and MBA HR from Susti Academy of Management. She is a certified performance coach and mentor, certified competency-based interviewer. Presently, she is working as HR function at ESSPL Bhubaneswar and Bangalore Center. Prior to this, she had worked with Mindfire Solutions as tech recruitment specialist for 4 years. May I request Mr. Hidayatullah Beg, please come to the stage. He is a strategic HR leader and trusted advisor to business heads with over 20 years of progressive experience, skilled in aligning people's strategy with business goals, adept at managing employee life cycle processes, and fostering engagement across all levels of the organization. He is currently serving as a portfolio manager at Capgemini, overseeing a diverse portfolio of 8,000 plus associates across multi-tier 1 clients. May I take the pleasure of inviting Ms. Somali Panda to the stage, please. With over 15 years of experience in human resources, project management, and organizational change management, Somali is a seasoned leader who has constantly driven impactful change across various industries, a certified PROSI change management professional, and ISO 9001 certified. Somali specializes in fostering organizational growth through effective people-centered strategies and robust change initiatives. Having worked with the leading organizations such as KPMG and ESSPL, Somali has been instrumental in shaping organizational culture and aligning talent strategies with business goals. Their hands-on experience has equipped them with a deep understanding of the complexities involved in managing large-scale transformations while ensuring that employees remain at the heart of every initiative. Known for collaborative and adaptive leadership style, Somali excels in designing and implementing OCM strategies that facilitate smooth transitions and increase employee engagement. Their approach to leadership focuses on empowering teams and building inclusive, high-performing culture that embraces people-first philosophy. With a passion for continuous improvement and innovation, Somali remains committed to fostering environments where people, process, and technologies working together for a sustainable success. And our moderator for the session, Mr. Siddharth Mishra. May I request you to come to the stage, please? He is the chairman of Shine Group, founder, chief facilitator, salesman, MD, and CEO. Job School Consulting Services Private Limited. Mr. Mishra has an overall experience of 18 years. He has been working in the field of learning and development for the past 15 years. Further, Mr. Mishra has also been contributing in the field of innovation, creating social impact as the founder, chief facilitator, salesman, MD, and CEO of Job School Consulting Services Private Limited, as well as Apogee Consulting and Training Services. His companies, Job School and Apogee CTS, are recognized by Startup India and Startup Orissa. He has completed his MTech from DEPT and BTech from IITK. Basically, he is known as an entrepreneur who happens to be a master trainer, mentor of change for Atal innovative mission like life school coach, corporate trainer, social reformist, international inspirational speaker. He was invited as business delegate to Vietnam as well as a resource person to Vienna. So the list is endless. Hence, I welcome all the members on the stage and Mr. Siddhanshu to take forward the discussion.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mrs. Roy. Good afternoon, all and all present here. Now that we have already listened to the stalwarts of the L&D industry and we have plethora of content, hopefully we can convert it into context, right? Just recalling the topics that has been already covered by Dr. Das and the other speakers. Shaping the workforce of tomorrow, upskilling, reskilling, and cross-skilling, because our topic is also similar and related. Of course, followed by that, we also discussed about the content to context, crafting human-centric learning journeys. Of course, end of the day, it's all about human. As rightly said by Dr. Das, gurus cannot be replaced by Google, right? So, of course, the topic that we have as the panel for today is HR 5.0, embracing a people-first culture in a digital age. If I truly remember one of my mentors, Mr. Subroto Bakshi, whom I very closely follow because he has been the pioneer in the startup industry and built organizations like OHub, adjacent to ATM Mindtree and all. What he says always, you have to carry the brand in yourself. Jo dikhta hai wahi bikta hai. And if you are not wearing the brand, you cannot sell it. So that's why we prefer to say that we are the salesperson of our organization. Having said that, he also says, talk about the Ubers of today, Ola, Uber, Zomato, Swiggy, whatever we are having or using these days in the form of applications. All these applications are making our life easy. But this technology without the talent or human intervention or the human touch cannot be fulfilled or it cannot be completed. So, end of the day, of course, advancement in technology will be there, but it is human touch which is going to make a difference to the lives of each and every individual. Having said that, of course, we have a great panel here without any gender bias, rightly arranged, and of course, we have a few questions which are again generated as Dr. Ajit also said. We are smart trainers or smart L&D experts, those who use a lot of AI intervention tools like Perplexity, chat GPT and all. The questions come up in different sectors, but it is end of the day how we address those. So coming to the first question, I think although we have SHS, HR in the middle in the form of Mr. Hidayatullah, Ms. Sudeshna, of course Mr. Somali, Ashish sitting just right beside me. The first question will be to her. Rest of the panelists can also share their thoughts after her thoughts. So, Ms. Somali, with the rapid pace of technological advancement, how do you identify and attract top talent, especially in your organization with the evolving, ecosystem? Yeah, audible. So,
Please check, please take a check. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Yeah. It's a very tough question. I know attracting the top talent is not the easiest thing in the corporate to deal with. And as of now, I'm placed with Wipro, and I'll be talking straight to the point, would not topic much more. If I talk about the Wipro's strength, it leverages its strength on the AI-based recruitment platform, and your like tie up with partnership, good partnership with Tier 1 colleges, and along with that, it organizes hackathons, which attracts all the innovative talents in the market. And if I talk about like AI-based platform, Wipro does have like it does it's got a very huge resource database, and already Mr. Devra sir and Mr. Ajit sir, they already talked about the IPA system, wherein like the screening, shortlisting is being really made easier by those AI-based platforms. And once that part is done, the recruitment process is very well defined in the another platform, recruitment, wherein the entire recruitment life cycle is being managed. Starting from your screening, shortlisting, interviewing, all this process goes through a very well defined process, organized platform that is called Smart Hire. And that makes the job of team really easier, and that's how we could identify the innovative talents into the system. And apart from that, and every year we organize the hackathons to attract all the innovative talents. Like last year, we hosted one event and where like 350 registration we received, and where like 150 we divided up into 150 people, like 150 teams. And out of them, like we decided 3 months, like 3 of the winners, and the entire program is being hosted for 3 months. And wherein like we have assigned the dedicated mentors, and we have signed up partners as well, like your AWS team was there, and Intel team was there, who has been like supporting all these initiatives. And that's how out of those 350 people, definitely we got like minimum 50 to 20 innovative talents from the market. And if I talk about my experience, I know Wipro is a very reputed brand. Now I might be getting a question around like mid-sized organization, how to attract the innovative talents in the mid-sized organization, right? And earlier to this, like I have been working with high various, which they just started in the Bhubaneswar. And when they started, and when I joined in the year of 2019, at that point of time, I could see it was having only 16,000 followers in the LinkedIn. But now, if you go and if you search in the LinkedIn, you'll see there are like 3 lakh million, 3 lakh more than million, like 3 lakh more than followers are following LinkedIn. And they really did a good job there, like putting up the employer branding in place. So the sales team was dedicatedly working with the HR team to put up the employer branding in place to attract the top talents. So yeah, that's a list. Thank you.
very nicely shared about the smart hire, ATS, high radius, your experience over there, and of course, employee branding. So, any other thoughts from you, both of you? Yeah.
I would like to add one more point, especially in terms of the employer brand. At Capgemini, while we are working on For a certain sort of business units, I'm just taking this as an example. Attracting the potential hires. It should come from the employees, from our own employees. The way like we are providing the career growth to the employees, they will be the ambassadors and attracting more people from their community because uh, all these potential hires, to whom like we are attracting, they are interconnected. Most of them, suppose if they are working on the same technology, so they are interconnected. So in this particular juncture, what we are trying to do, we are taking help from the employees itself, asking we are rewarding for that. Maybe we are giving some sort of employee referral programs, so on and so forth. At the same time, like we with our employees only like attracting more people, and all the sourcing is done through the employee. That is the first primary source. Secondary source, like we have this as she rightly mentioned, employer brand that is there to LinkedIn other sources and people are coming from. The third and last is like we are going to the recruiters, but not to the external recruiters and all, but whatever internal sourcing, if you are unable to fulfill, then only in that case like, we are looking for the external.
Okay, nicely put. But what about the external recruiters? How they are going to survive and sustain in this scenario? Because we also run a similar kind of farm.
No, basically the external recruiters, because we do while we are engaging with our employees to attract people, at the same time the external recruiters, the external consultants, they have a huge network, especially through headhunting. They do have some sort of representation in different organizations. They approach to the headhunting, which we do not have because we do not have our ethics doesn't allow us to go and head from any other organization. Through that external consultant, we should do that.
Over to you.
Hello.
Audible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here, and the topic is definitely very interesting. And the question, coming to your question directly, like what do we do to attract the top talents? So we come when it comes to we come one step before. We ask questions like why people would like to join. That is the first question. Then we make different strategies, like what should we do so that top talents or any talents, for example, that suits us to join. So there are different methods we do. I mean, few of the methods which are shared by Somali and Mr. Bay. So we also do the similar lines, but there are different. I mean, we do it just differently. Like as Somali was sharing, that we have, they have done some hackathons. So we have also done few hackathons. That many people who have attended that Technova, we have done a few months before, that was in October. So first is actually to do the employer branding. So if people in the market know you as an employer, then only they will have interest. It is not about salary, it's not about anything. If they know, they will let it run. So first thing is to establish yourself as an employer. That is first thing. And also, as how do you make your own employees? Because your employees are your ambassadors. So if your employees are referring you in the market, then you are getting very passive candidates because normally everywhere you are seeing the candidates' resumes are flowing. But how do you get someone who is a passive candidate? So that passive hiring is done by your own employee. And what we have found that passive candidates hiring your employees help, and then the employee decline ratio. That is, if someone you have actually offered, and if you are offered 5 candidates, normally after COVID, the decline rate is very high. But if the candidate is referred by your own employee, the decline percentage is almost nil. It is maybe around 99% chances the person joins. Even if due to some circumstances the person is not joining, then you get the advanced information. It is not like on the day you are actually facing ghosting. You might have actually heard the term ghosting. that we all recruiters, we wait for the person and finally the candidate doesn't join. So that is very embarrassing situation for the business as well. So in terms of employer brand, I mean in terms of employee referral, you definitely have those cases are big, probability is huge. So these are few additions to the questions which you have asked.
I can easily relate, like as you mentioned about the ghosting of the candidates, those who hold multiple offer letters in hand, they still try to negotiate with other employers. But keep relating your answer to what Dr. Das sir had also suggested, like communicating with the candidate at the right time, even if he or she is not selected, that also promotes the brand of the organization, right?
Rightly said. So we give a lot of importance to post-interview feedback. It is not only how, let's say we have a practice, if some candidate is coming to interview with me or anyone, it is sensitized that okay, you go at least you drop him near the left. Right? That is how you treat a person. It is not for a candidate. It is in my team, like I tell that you are getting a pitch. Okay. So do not treat that is a piece of paper. It is someone's career. It is a talent. He may be or he may not be suitable for you, but definitely he has some talent. He is going to show somewhere. So how do we actually respect that individual that he takes you? I mean,
That shows a lot of value when you say that it's not just a piece of paper, it's a career of a person.
it is an individual's life.
Right? That's how you value people and how you keep people fast before technology, before organization, and before anything else. Right?
Another thing, every organization must be leading direct CVs. Let's say everyone is applying directly, HR, mandate, any company name is a mail ID. So everyone is sending. But what we do as a HR or any organization, any who are into the TA team, they do not consider. Let's say I am getting a CV which is PhD. I do not have any requirement in PhD right now. So that CV is not important for me. But we consider that email, that piece of CV. Please our approach changes. Let's say the person is if you have connect the person, be actually suitable. So you are so skills. So if you actually are connecting, then he or she remembers you, you also remember him.
Right. So we will quickly move on to the other side of the question because I think we will be little restless because it's already almost lunch time.
Yeah.
So moving on to Mr. Hidayatullah, the question for you, the rest of the panel can answer after that. With the intervention or with the introduction of AI, ML, deep tech, blockchain, lot of technologies coming in. So how we are going to, like bridge that gap between the existing employees and the upcoming employees, how that kind of thing can be, or addressed in your organization in particular. Yeah, that is one. Yeah, so I was saying that with this rapid expansion of the technologies, especially in the AI, ML, deep tech, blockchain, a lot of technologies coming in, especially because all of you are from the IT domain in particular. So how how do you address like that bridging between the existing employees and the upcoming employees through reskilling, upskilling, cross-skilling, like the panel suggested? What is your intervention in your organization?
Okay. In my organization, it's not about only my organization. It's about any tier one IT organization. 70% of our workforce is the people which are coming out from the engineering colleges. So that is the fact. So those particular people, when those are coming, our structure of training, our structure of learning for those people is different. We do have a 2 years plan, 3 years plan for a set of people. So we are giving the career opportunity out there. For the existing people, they are the coach for those people. So that is the reason collaboratively they are working together and learning together. While we are talking about the remaining 30%, which are the lateral hires, Yes, there is a challenge which we always face that one. The people those are coming from the market, especially nowadays in last post-COVID, what we are finding is that the talent which are coming is having a high expectation. The existing homegrown talent, their expectation level is already set with the organization because we are giving them a career opportunities. So the new talent which is coming is basically their designation is little bit on higher side. The reason there are multiple reasons are there, especially in terms of the compensation, in terms of the fitments and all. So, but we are not neglecting our employees. We are also giving them a progression path for them. For the people who are coming, they should not also miss out. So hence, we do have a coaching program where it is a new hires at least for the next 6 months of their joining. They will be coached properly, and they should not be missed out in the larger organization. So out of that 70, out of the 20% that the lateral hires, most of them are coming from the tier one organization itself, so they should not be considered only. But there are a certain set of people who are coming from the smaller organization also. In the larger organization, they don't know how to deal it with, how to engage with the people and all. So in those cases, a special program is also done, especially for the people who are coming from the smaller organizations. So we are keeping a very close eye, engaging with them at least for next 1 year, 2 years time frame, and bridging the gap between actually collaboration is the one word I can say, which is between the existing employees and the new talents which are coming. We are trying to bridge the gap in the collaboration, and it's a win-win situation for both of them.
Great thoughts. That's a very nice thing across, not only discarding the existing employees, but also trying to make them the mentor or the coach for the upcoming ones and trying to bridge the gap. Of course, the newcomers might be coming up with the more technological advancement mindset, but how we can do the discussion between both the parties and we can make them create a win-win ambience, right? Any other thoughts from any of the colleagues?
Yeah, I'd like to add to Mr. Bates' point, few more points. Like we are talking about your first part is your about upskilling, and the second part is all about your reskilling. If I talk about my organization, if I talk about the upskilling, there are two methods generally I've been taking care of. The first method, wherein they provide a like integrated learning platform, wherein like there is a digital academy wherein it provides a number of courses. Those are being available to all the micro employees. They can select the courses which is more applicable to them, and they can take up those courses and can take up the certification. And apart from that, there is a top tier that also we will launch. Right, and the top tier, which is more like giving all its employee a chance, wherein the employee can get into the top tier side and they can take up the real-time projects. They can work on those projects, and that is generally given for like 3 months or 6 months time frame. And if someone is qualified yet, in the due time, they are building up the capability like your AI, blockchain, or ML, or any upcoming new technologies. And apart from that, we have like VLearn as well, which is like free to many of the employees. Like there are a lot many courses which has been like put there as a library content. And apart from that, apart from the integrated learning platform system, there is a strategic partnership with a lot many collaborators like Coursera and edX, wherein their employee can nominate themselves, they can go there, they can have the certification that helps in the upskilling. And if I talk about the reskilling, there is a talent marketplace. We dedicatedly designed a talent marketplace wherein they have identified like if you have served for certain banks, you have served for 18 months, then you are eligible to choose any other role. If you have done any other certification, you want to cross-skill yourself, like yeah, you can go and there are open positions available and you can go choose a location, either you can choose a position and you can reskill yourself within the organization.
Great thoughts. Any additional points from here? Okay, we will quickly move on to the next one. And it will be a direct question for you, of course. So then, lot of the HR sector people are talking about the gender equality and diversity, inclusion, and all DEI. So if you can throw some light on what exactly the practices are in ESSPL, of course we'll be also definitely will love to know from Chennai and Wipro later on.
Okay, so DNI is it's trending. I would say everywhere the discussion is DNI, and so we have not consciously started anything, but as a practice, it is not once the trend has come and we are doing it. But in cases we have been doing this for some time. So let's understand what is diversity, equity. I mean, it's of course looking at the time constraint. So diversity is representation of diverse group in the workplace or in a system. And equity is giving the equal opportunity to everyone. It is not the same opportunity to everyone, but looking at their situation, so what kind of opportunity we are giving to give the outcome. Then inclusion. So it is like valuing everyone's perspective and giving that kind of respect to everyone. So in ESSPL, of course, we do that. We have different mechanisms to do that. First, actually, let's come to diversity. So when it comes to diversity, so we in our fresher hiring, definitely consciously we do that. But in other hiring, it is we cannot do that because it depends on merit and skill. But when it comes to freshers hiring, it is not only the female representation. When we talk about diversity, we always think the male-female diversity, but it is way beyond that. It is actually different religion, different region, how we are actually. So we have done some experiment before few years. So in a great group, let's say as we are based in Odisha, so you see many. I mean, the language kind of takes over. So any meetings and everything, it runs in the local language. So as an IT company, so the communication skill, the English speaking skill is very important. And how much you tell to people, they do not understand and they talk. So hence we do not practice and we do not improve. But what we have done some experiment. We have got one candidate who is from not only, he is a Tamilian. We have put it in the group. So we have seen now different results because the problem is no one talk to him in Odi. No one can talk to him. So the only language he understands and he speaks English. So slowly the people who knew English but they were not practicing. So right now they have started. So they will become better. And people who were having difficulties when they say everyone is speaking, so they also started doing that. So when you have different groups actually, so these are few things. They're very strategic. But why different perspective diversity is required because of the productivity. It is not that it is a quota. We need to hire from Punjab. We need to hire. No, it's not about that. It is about actually different culture people are coming. So you have a broad mindset to deliver and so that is all about diversity and equity, and I will directly go to the inclusion. So we have, I mean, everyone understands the women percentage in the workforce. So the total representation in IT is around 34%. The entry is actually 50 or more than 50%. But once actually it goes down after 2 to 3 years of experience, slowly the female percentage comes down because of a variety of reasons. But when they go to the senior management, so it is exactly 18 to 25% in the C-suite if you say. And same thing is also happening in our organization. Our senior leadership, the representation of women, the female employees is just exactly around 15 to 18 percentage. So that's we are also kind of empowering female leaders, taking them to different events and giving them senior managerial role. So we are trying to improve that so that we have different perspective of life while working in the same team.
I think that's a very nice lesson for the budding professionals, especially for the youngsters, those who are in their MBAs and BBAs, because communication has to be common. So you need to communicate well, whether it's in English or in Hindi, but it has to be understood by the forum. If it has to be common language. Any other thoughts from the rest of the panel? As she mentioned about region, religion, and location, and different others.
if you will ask me about Capgemini is a friends organization. So basically, means the diversity is at its utmost peak. 250,000 employees, 250,000 employees in India, 50 countries across. The clients are various, different regions, different language, Chinese, Japanese, different sort of people are there. So hence the diversity itself in the culture. So we are just trying to continue the ensuring that the continuity is there. That is one point. In terms of Ms. S. She rightly mentioned, encouraging the females into the leadership role. We as an organization, I can proudly say for 2024 in our leadership role, our diversity percentage is 46%, which is at par at the at par at the industry. And our overall diversity percentage, there is our group CHRO being we into the business HR side, they have set an expectation at the beginning of 2024 itself, because at that moment our diversity percentage, the overall diversity percentage in India, it was close to around 36.8, 37%. So our target was to reach it, to make it to the 44%, and we by which enormous programs are there at the Capgemini. We do a lot of such programs are there, where because of that, implementing those programs initiatives, we could able to achieve 44.4 or 44.5 as the goal. And for this year, like we have increased a little bit, the bar is setting it up to 46%.
That's a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, actually. So now it is 46%. So we are now, what we are focusing, not only to increasing that percentage, also retaining these people and also creating more diverse leader across the board. That is very we are looking for. Thanks.
So, any other thoughts, Ms. Somali, apart from what they shared? Nothing. So, yeah. So, like, different perception to the what next question is of course directly to you. Like, post COVID, the scenario has changed. People are, but they still want to continue from home, working from home, especially. We have got several technological tools to manage, engage the employees, those who are still preferring to work from home. But what about the hybrid culture that has come up, especially post-COVID era, and how do you tackle that situation with the help of with the help of technology without compromising on the human touch?
Alright, we are talking about the collaboration, and I can say that collaboration has been made well through the Microsoft Teams by using the Zoom or by using the Slack. And there are cloud workspaces which have been provided to all of the employees where they can go and mutually collaborate and work on different files at one time with the multiple version history, and that enables like a very better collaboration within the workspace. Like even if like one person is sitting in Bhubaneswar, one person is sitting in Nigeria, and some other teammates are sitting in London and Dubai, they are also working together and have been ensuring this similar kind of productivity, whichever productivity is being expected out of them is being made or is being ensured. And yeah, apart from that, like technological platform, like there are flexible work hours which has been allocated well to all the team members. Like the work has been like become more like outcome based instead of having like you have to work from 9 to 6 or 9 to 9. Instead of that, if some deliverables are being assigned to the deliverable, if those are being met, then the work is being done. Instead of asking, you need to sit for this and you have to get it delivered. I think this particular topic has already been covered by Mr. Devrat sir and Mr. Ajit sir as well in the previous discussion. And apart from that, there are a lot of employee engagement programs have been hosted, like your virtual town halls, virtual coffee sessions, or virtual fun activity sessions to keep employees motivated. And apart from that, the employee adoption program, like for the mental, like employee well-being or mental health. There are certain activities like I would again like to reiterate on the point of PAP. like EAP has been implemented, and apart from this, like well-being leave has been allocated in the big group. Like in case you're not feeling well, you can take that well-being leave, and that has been considered as a well-being initiative. And apart from that, under northern course, well-being sessions are also being hosted, like yoga sessions, your mindfulness sessions, or some of the experts they are coming in and talking in each other's water, ensuring that the messages are being passed well, very well to all the employees. So yeah, and apart from that, yeah, definitely the for upskilling, reskilling, lot of things are there. I think this like we have been covering really well, like on the employee engagement part.
So you are very nicely related it to the previous panel discussion, which even Mr. Ajit, sorry, Dr. Ajit was also mentioning about, like the passport system in IMPA, or even the mental awareness, mental sensitization of all those things. Especially, but how exactly the other organizations people are trying to manage that balance?
So I would like to take up. Anyway, I will not take much time because it's already 2:15. So with the consideration of time, so of course, what it depends on the company actually. So the company culture, what does the company want? The company want a hybrid model or work from office model or completely work from home model. So as an organization, we believe that human touch, the work from office model works better because there is the individual growth. Work from home model definitely you deliver the work, but definitely the overall holistic development will not happen. So that's why we believe that, and to make our workplace happening, we do various things like wellness is definitely. I have seen everyone almost talking about wellness because we were thinking when we have developed that plan. I was thinking maybe we are few companies which are doing, but now I understood everyone is doing. So same thing, we do a wellness hour where we got some, we have someone, a certified person. So I mean, she visits our office and then people go and it is private actually. They go and talk to them. So it is not available over phone or virtual sessions. And we have made our workforce. I will not tell what we do. Definitely, other panel members they have told, and we do similar things. But our workplace is so energetic and so eventful that people who have been given permanent work from home, they come to, on their own expenses and stay here for 1 to 2 weeks, and then after that they go back. And everything, company does not bear everything, but they come and then stay here. Okay, just to experience how ESSPL, the work culture, how vibrant it is. That's all. I will not add
That's really
anything else.
interesting that the people are taking interest if you provide them what they need. Of course, if you fulfill their desire, they're willing to even contribute more for the organization. Is that the same in both organizations? Okay, great. Final question, maybe the interest of the people in mind, that everybody must be feeling hungry. So final question, any one of you can take it up. Like hire to deploy, very popular phenomenon in any of the companies, especially IT, right? And AR, VR, especially in core industries, they talk about, and the deep tech AI ML we talk in the IT companies. So what technology interventions or tools we are trying to use, especially to retain the existing people or the workforce we have with us. And of course, we talked about recruitment, but how to retain the talent using technology, and of course with a slight touch of human intervention.
And I have a different view actually. Here we are not for retaining people, technology will come as a later part. Human touch will come as a first part.
That's why we are discussing people first.
So here for us, retaining, with hiring, attracting, keeping that particular resource for a longer period, that is what our expectation also. So what we are trying to do is, especially we are giving a career path for that employee. A 6 months of career path, learning path for each employee. Okay, for these 6 months, this 70 hours, the 60 hours of learning in the areas where that particular person has an aspiration. Yeah, he has some interest. So we are making it a must for that employee. Similarly, we also ensuring that in terms of the technology where that particular person is working, if that person started working on that technology, then some beginner we will, the coach or mentor, whoever is assisting that person, is ensuring that this person will be moving to the intermediate level in next 6 months, 8 months, based on the learnings, based on the technology where he is. Similarly, we are also trying to cross skill within the same technology. There are different functionality, other functionalities also. This person is within 2 years, 3 years of down the line, this person will be a functional master for that particular technology. That way which we are ensuring these people are having a learning at the same time they are growing their career. That is one way of retaining the top talent. The other way is providing a better engagement experience, the employee experience. Being into the business HR side, like we are ensuring that the experience, the HR functionality, the employee experience is at a utmost level. Be it the appraisal, be it the recognition. We have means earlier like we used to have a recognition program which runs in a quarter, in a half year, and all. So now we changed it. Which whenever the person deserves a recognition, on spot recognition, where there is a point based system we associated with some other vendor, means immediately that the manager can recognize that person. So we are not only giving the person as a career that growing in that career, at the same time we are also ensuring this person is recognized and not missed out.
That's so nicely put across, instead of waiting for the quarterly appraisals, so on the spot recognition and rewards, accolades, of course. So any other thoughts? Yeah.
No, other thoughts, of course, in similar
Of course, but
I
especially I would like you to, put more light on engagement, employee engagement.
So, the question, I will go back to your question. Technology is a facilitator, and there is a lot of discussion is happening AI, ML, AI, ML. Everywhere I go for last, I've been attending so many sessions, and it is all AI, ML. So the one thing is AI. So the question is, I mean, many questions we have received today. That AI, ML is the enough AI, ML. How secure is my job? So the big one statement: AI, ML will not take our job. But a person who knows AI/ML better than we will take our job, right? So how we use AI/ML technology, that matters, because you should be that intelligent and that not that intelligent, because intelligence is maybe 1%, that your learning skill is 99%. So I have seen people very successful are not the most intelligent, who are ready to learn.
Smart learners.
Yes, so you can retain people not through technology, but what technology can do, what kind of scope we are giving to them, that is technology. And are you taking technology's help in reshaping the work culture? That is important, because we HR we think, okay, we are not technology is not for us, but yes, definitely not. If the AI is evolving, if everywhere it is AI, then we have to learn AI or at least some technology. I think there are some examples how technology can help us. So if some people are following me on LinkedIn, so any post which I actually post or image, because image, anything you write that will not attract your viewers. Anything you are putting as an image that will attract. So we create our course by ourselves. We do not take any help of a UI and other person. Actually, we have learned it. And then learning how much time it has taken, maybe 1 hour, just 1 hour. But if we are dependent on the UI team, we will tell them, okay, design this. They might take 1 day, they might take, okay, we have some work, we present deployment, but let's learn it and let's put it. So that is making our life easy. So coming to ChatGPT or any such platform, let's say just few days before I was supposed to prepare on something that is called authority matrix, which was very new for me. Authority matrix I have never done for all the roles, so I was just checking on Google and all. Then I tried it on ChatGPT. So, but it is not like what if you ask garbage, you get garbage. We from the previous discussion we got. But how to ask the right questions so that you get the right answers, and you should also have that kind of knowledge or at least open mind learning skills to change it and then project the right kind of information what is required. So that is, I would say, we need to take technology help to be smarter at our work. But definitely, I mean, we just cannot ignore technology. Our technology cannot be the single thing to retain talent.
I completely agree with your thoughts. Final thoughts from your end, then we'll close.
Yeah, I would like to add one more point in 30 seconds, so not like to consume a lot of time here. So if you consider Wipro is a very huge organization, it's having like 2 lakh plus employees across the world. And in case that movement, like employees sometimes feel stuck, what to do next, where to go, how to know about this in my organization. They shouldn't be feeling stuck, and that's how that particular employee engagement, Wipro launched and we now chatbot services. Like wherever, like whenever you are having any queries, you can go and enter any of the tech prompts over there, prompts access like your comments, and that will give you the output. Outright, you'll be able to outright you'll feel like your question are being answered or assisted. So that you're not feeling left out in that particular case. Apart from that, it's like Apple surveys and other things are listening to flow of lot of things are there as a part of the employee engagement program.
So thank you so much, all the panelists. Before we wind up, I think just like the previous panel and of course the keynote speaker Dr. Das. So whatever we can also end up in the same consensus. Of course, talent and technology have to go hand in hand. So both we have to improve our thought process. We have to start using more new technologies, and of course, human touch or people's fast can be taken into consideration, irrespective of whether it is HR 5.0 or HR N.0, right? Thank you so much, all the panelists, and thanks to the management of ABIT, thanks to all the organizers. Of course, we are also part of it, and for giving us this opportunity to conduct this panel discussion, and for me becoming the moderator. Thanks to Mitra ma'am especially. So we have, I got to know that there are 2 questions from the audience, right? In that ma'am?
Yes.
Any 2 questions are there.
Questions
Quick
from the
2
audience?
questions.
Yeah, we have some questions.
Bullet, go on.
Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. I'm Dr. Subramanian Naik from CVRM Global University. I'm having very curiosity about the Gen Z. So it's being a very difficult task to deal with the Gen Z right now because when you talk about our grandparents, they have earned a lot to spend our lifestyle. And when you talk about our parents, they made us everything to spend a luxurious life. So nowadays the Gen Z are not worried about leaving any job. So nowadays, how industry is dealing with it, like how they're reshaping their workplace learning skill. I just wanted to know
Your
about
question
it.
is for who?
So anyone can, the panelists can say.
Okay, so I would like to take it
Please
up.
go ahead.
So during our parents' time, the why people used to go for job or why there is a livelihood because to support the family. But later, maybe in our kind of time when we are here, it may not be that. It is something about lifestyle. It is not about your running your life. It is running your lifestyle. But people, maybe 20 years more now, these people are coming. So for them, neither life, neither lifestyle. It is more about self-esteem. Like a place where they are valued, where they are actually given the flexibility to do something, where they are, they are respected. So those kind of environment actually encourages them to work. They do not mind because we have been taking interviews. I have seen many brilliant candidates. They do not feel like leaving their job. We, in our case, maybe we think 100 times before giving a job without having another offer. But they do not care because they think, okay, job is very easy to get. It's not difficult to get. But the right kind of opportunity, the right kind of workspace is very important. So when we are handling Gen Z, we need to understand their requirement. If we think that okay, roti kapda makan is the requirement for all, it is not. Things have changed and their requirement is something else. So we need to cater to their requirement to engage them. That's all. If I hope it somewhat helped you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Question number 2, the question is there.
Any other question?
Any more questions? Please raise your hand. Or we wrap up the session.
We are done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, audience. Thank you, everyone.
have questions, I'll ask you. But obviously, yes.
So now I request our principal, Dr. Nina Samantrai, to please come and felicitate our panelists. So every good thing comes to an end. Now may I request Mr. Sumit Kumar Malik to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Sumit Kumar Malik, Assistant Professor, Department of MBA, extend my heartfelt gratitude to our visionary directors, Engineer Satyadarshi Mishra and Engineer Payal Mahapatra, our esteemed Principal, Dr. Leena Samantrai, Dean Academics, Dr. P.K. Pani, and Dean Operations, Dr. B.N. Guru, for their unwavering guidance and support. A special thanks to Dr. Bhagwan Sarpati and the members of Department of MBA for their steadfast encouragement. To our keynote speakers and panelists, thank you for your enlightening insights. I extend sincere gratitude to our outreach partner, Job School, for their pivotal role. To our participants, student volunteers, and support staff, your dedication made Yukti 2025 a grand success. Let us carry the lessons and inspirations of today into shaping a brighter future. Thank you. We are open for lunch, and after that, we will be giving you the certificates. Thank you. I also would like to our outreach partner, Job School. They will be felicitating the panelists and keynote speakers. They will be felicitating the management team. Please stay back for a few minutes.
Ravinda ma'am, our principal, Leena ma'am, and MBA Jyoti Shri ma'am, please come to the stage, please.
So it was a joint effort. We have been planning since more than a year. But like last few days have been, we have been grilling up like anything. And thanks to the management support, thanks to the department of MBA, all the faculty members, especially Mr. Ma'am, Sri Ma'am, and of course, Fire Member has been ready from the front, giving the permission for giving a free hand to execute, and of course, all the faculty members, and for the speakers, not to forget, we all that gift hampers have been there in the kit. So, on behalf of Team Job School, on behalf of the management of MBA, we thank each one of you for making it a grand success. Thank you so much. Indranee ma'am, are we attending for a group photograph? Group photograph? Yeah, before we leave for lunch. Also, I request all the panelists.
And